go live in 5 seconds.
How everybody doing?
3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? Hope everybody is doing pretty good. All right. I got a call-in number for y'all tonight. Well, today is not. God, it's not even dark out there. I'm gonna post the call-in number into the chat. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right. I'm posting the call-in number into the chat right now, y'all. Sorry if y'all can't really, I might turn it around another way because it looks like the light is making it's messing everything up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me turn this camera a little. Hopefully that'll be better. All right. Hopefully that's kind of better, as far as on the light. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good can y'all hear me? Give me a number. 1 to 10, how good can you hear me? I might turn off this light. Let me see if I can turn off this light if that'll help. Because something's wrong with the light. Give me 1 second. Whoop, that ain't gonna help. I don't think that's gonna help. That ain't too bad. What y'all think about that? I'm gonna turn the light back on, y'all. I'm sorry. We're just gonna have to deal with it just like this, I guess. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry. All right. Anyway, if the light ain't good, I ain't gonna worry about it. I just have to wait until I can get my get another computer so I can use this $800 camera that I bought that I just can't use because it's too strong. But anyway, so today we're gonna talk about 42 Section 1983 lawsuits and criminal cases. We pretty much can talk about any civil case. If I've ever done a type of civil case that you want to know about, just ask. I'll let you know. But if I haven't, I'll let you know. All of that stuff is pretty much the same, y'all. Just to let y'all know. Phone always. Sorry about that. So go ahead, y'all. There's a call-in number. It's 563-999-3602. You can call in and press 1, and then we can talk. I'll be on for 2 hours today, y'all. How are y'all liking that? Those 2 videos I posted today about the bonds, the sheriff's bonds, and the judge's bonds. How y'all like them videos? I just want y'all to know that y'all not crazy. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. I have some oath of offices too. I'm gonna do an oath of office video, and I'm gonna show y'all their oath of office. When you look on their oath of office, it doesn't say Judge John Doe. It has their actual name on there because that's their private capacity. It don't say Judge so and so or whoever. They don't say that. That's public capacity. So when you ask these people their name, just like when you go to court and they call you up and they say, "Are you so and so?" That's what they're doing. When you say you so and so, you're admitting to liability of those so-called charges. In other words, they're not asking you if you're actually you. They're asking you is if this legal entity is you. That's what they're asking. That fiction on that piece of paper that's in all capital letters that has a social security number attached to it. That's what they're talking about. I just got on, Jerome, so you ain't really missed nothing, man. I've been on probably maybe about 10 minutes. You want to call into the show, Jerome? There's a call-in number. You can call in, man, if you ain't at work. You can call in. We can chop it up, man. Okay, I got you. I got you. Have a safe trip, man. If y'all haven't already, go ahead and pound that like button. If you don't mind, go ahead and share the video, with some people so they can see it. Most people who email me, they really want to know about 42 Section 1983 lawsuits. If you don't know me and this is your first time watching, one of my videos or whatever, yeah, I have successfully litigated federal lawsuit against police officers in federal court. I settled the case. I was litigating the case by myself. I didn't have an attorney, and I was working my job too. I was just tired, so I just decided to settle the case because I was mentally exhausted. I'm not even gonna lie. But when I got ready to settle the case, I told their attorney. I said his name was David Walker. I said, Mr. Walker, you are a worthy adversary. He extended his hand to me, and he said, "You are too." We shook hands, and that was it. And they gave me my negotiable instrument, which was a check, and that was it. After I signed the paper, settlement agreement, and so on and so forth. That was pretty much it. But all of that stuff is easy, y'all. Almost all of that stuff is easy. It works the same way on the criminal side, just the way it works on the civil side. Same way. There seems to be some type of lag. Let me see what that lag is. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm not sure what that lag is, but anyway. Okay, Jerome, that's cool. I'm gonna be live for 2 hours. I might try to go a little longer because I pretty much, I got kind of a free day today. So, well, in other words, a day where I'm just not busy. I am litigating a federal lawsuit for somebody, but I'm waiting on him to send me some more information over. Shrugs, 2Gs, peace, God, what's good? What's good? I want to thank Yusuf. Yusuf, if you ever watch any of my videos, thank you, man. You have helped me, with some of my learning process. I still want to learn the secure party process. I don't think it's hard at all, but I really need time to study. But I also want to thank you, if you're watching this video, for letting me promote my channel on your channel for free, by the way. So whenever I get some time, well, not time, whenever I got to make me a little bit more money, I'm gonna send you a cash out, man. There's a random cash out just to show you that I appreciate it. Where's all this? Look, y'all, I got screwdrivers on my desk, chapstick. My desk is just terrible, y'all. I got everything on my office desk. I wear a lot of hats. Let's see. So far, I have a few people on the line, but nobody with their hand raised. They just want to hear me talk. Y'all can call into the show 563-999-3602. Press 1, and then, man, you can talk. So, like, how many of y'all watched those videos that I posted today about the bonds? How many of y'all watched those videos? All right, appreciate it. So, y'all go and call in. How many of y'all watched those videos about those bonds? I wanted y'all to see that shit, man. The blanket bond that I have for the state it doesn't look like the bun in those videos. It looks different. Like they for some reason they seem to have their insurance like it's out of state. Like I know the blanket bun that I had, I think last year, I think the state's blanket bun expired last year, but their bun was with, I think it was a company in Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. And that was the blanket bun is what I'm trying to say. And it was with I think it was the state of Maryland. There was another one, who was it? When I sued those police officers, if you in Alabama, um, the woman that I talked to at the they call it the Alabama Municipal Insurance Corporation, the AMIC or something like that. The woman that I talked to who works there, she told me over the phone that that corporation insures about 98 to 99% of all of the cities in Alabama. They have insurance. They have insurance. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Like I've heard people tell me this stuff for the yeah, these people have insurance and yeah, they have bonds and all this stuff. But it's just when you hear about it and when you see it, it's just a different experience. Y'all know what I mean? Does that make like to me, for me when I saw it, like I was kind of shocked, but then I wasn't shocked because like I've heard about it, but then I actually see it and I'm like, okay, okay, so it's real. So I'm not crazy. These people have bonds, they're public servants, these are not judges, they're administrative agencies, and they're adjudicating public policy. That's what they're doing, not law, policy. That's what they're doing. When they haul you off into these agencies that look like courts, they're filing a lawsuit against you, against your person. That's what they're doing because the state cannot prosecute you. That's a corporate entity. The state has dual capacities. It has a corporate capacity and it has a sovereign capacity. And in my opinion, the word state means the people. The people constitute the state. There is no state without the people. That's why when I file paperwork, sometimes when I have to go to court, I come in as the state. That's why I am the state. I am an extension of the state's sovereignty. The Constitution is a trust. I am the beneficiary of that trust. All of you are public servants. That's why all of you have bonds. That's why the Constitution applies to you, and that's why it doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't say what I can and can't do. You just press one. So when you call in, press one. Okay, I got somebody with their hand raised. Let me go ahead and take this call. Good evening, caller. 8431. How you doing?
I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. What's going on? What can I do for you, man?
So, basically, I just kind of I want to see what you would think about my situation. I basically been I've been pulled over by highway patrol 4 times. And I live in LA. All 4 times, basically. Like the first time was the worst. Where they pulled me out my car over a window tint, and then they took a large amount of money from me, and then an arm that was put away in the trunk. Basically, I didn't say anything. I didn't sign no papers or anything. They took my car. They tried to charge me with like $5. I didn't end up getting a lawyer or anything. It just really got me more into this. And then basically then all charges got dismissed. I got my money back. But then when I was continuing to get more information, they kept harassing me to the point where like the last one was a couple of days ago, and now because when they pull me over, basically I don't give them anything. I don't give them nothing. And they try to keep like threatening me, and they basically treat me like a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
They do the
Mm-hmm. So they just
Yeah.
harassing you right now. They're trying to I don't know what they keep harassing you for, but they harassing you for a reason. You don't really you don't have to get these people nothing. When they stop you, you don't have to get their ass nothing.
What happened? Say it again.
I was saying, when they stop you for a traffic, traffic citation or whatever their reason is, you don't have to get these people nothing. But they will appropriate charges against you if you don't comply. Some of them will, some of them won't. They do all types of shit. They stole your money, by the way. Even though they stole your money and gave it back, you still can file a lawsuit against them because that's private property. They stole your damn money. They took it without your permission and without a lawful purpose. That's unlawful. You can't do that.
And so that's and I have a couple I got a couple videos on my thing too, and then but basically so the way I understand why they pulled me over because the way my car list is set up basically it's set up I did enough research into knowing how basically what I do I put them in a position look man you're trying to charge me for a vehicle code and in order to do that you need my information and you're gonna have to commit basically a crime to get my information because my window's not rolled down anymore because last time my window was rolled down you guys yanked me out my car for no reason and then all of that so I put them in a position and then they just keep I guess you could say catching the bait I guess you could say you know what I mean because because I don't have no problem with any other all the other departments around here they kind of I don't have no problem I'm not out there committing any crimes I'm not a criminal you know what I mean they use the thought of because they deal with criminals every day to say well how do we know you're not a criminal if you don't give us your ID you know and it's well
that's a personal problem. That's a personal problem. That's not your problem. That's a personal problem. They're trying to say just because basically they're trying to say by you exercising your right to not incriminate yourself that you have something to hide. Shit like that's what type of shit they do, man. They do that same shit here, man. Like when they stop, let's say if you travel down the road and you don't have a license plate on your car, and they ask you, for your ID and all this shit, and they say, and you don't want to give it to them. Well, how do we know this car isn't stolen? It ain't none of your business. Is it reported stolen?
Yeah.
No. I know it's not because I'm the lawful owner of this automobile. Now get the fuck out my face.
And I do have one of those private license plate on my car. I cover my van. My car is pretty the thing about my car is you don't need a license plate to identify it. You know that's just my car. Like just the way it looks and everything. You know,
mm-hmm.
It pops. It stands out compared to, but it's just it's like an Audi S5 basically wrapped. You know, but the thing is, they just keep it's to the point where because the reason I do what I do is not for any harm. It's not because I want to make money. To be honest, I don't want to play the game anymore. I just want to be left alone. You know, now it's to the point where you guys cost me a lot of money. Not only that, I can't even go see my parents when I want to do it because you guys keep harassing me every time I try to buy that fucking that city. You know, so I'm trying to see. I talked to a higher one of a different department or one of the sergeants or whatever,
mm-hmm.
and I'm explaining that I want to stay in honor. So my perception is well I'm gonna send you a letter basically, and what I think is a fair solution to settle basically before I actually if you don't give me a response then okay then I'm not, it's not gonna be fair anymore. I'm gonna go after you basically with the the way you said probably with the litigation or whatever make a claim against because now it's the whole department almost. It's not just the one person. There's several different officers. I talked to sergeants. The sergeants kept trying to they tricked me to identify myself. I went there to get a FOIA request,
Mm-hmm.
and then they called. So when I was getting my FOIA request, and this was me trying to get my money back and going over there trying to get my art back and everything. did was they said, like, they called my name. So they said, hey, are you Chris? They said, are you Chris? And me not really realizing what they're doing, I'm thinking that they're going to give me the paperwork. I said, yes, that's me. And then they're like, oh, well, you came over here in that car, but like you can't leave in it because you just confirmed that you're this guy and you don't have a license. I was like, nah. I was like, you're definitely not doing this with me. And basically, like, they brought the sergeant down and then they're just trying to just trick me into. They're basically telling me that I can't leave the same way I came in. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm traveling out here, and I put the video up. I'm traveling out here. Like, no, you're not driving. I was like, no, I'm traveling in my automobile back to my house. And then I was like, are you telling me I can't do that? And they're like, and it's funny the way they rephrase it. They're like, no, what I'm saying is you can't. What I'm saying is you cannot drive in your automobile back home. I was like, so you're saying that I can't travel home the same way I came in? And they're like, you can't drive home in your automobile. And I was like, I was like, it's funny because they do that the gaslighting thing where it's like, I'm not playing this word game with you. Like, I'm not playing a word game. You're changing the fucking words. I'm asking you a direct question. You're changing the fucking words, you know? And so it's to the point now where I'm trying to see if, like, basically, should I go straight to, like, just file the claim or should I send a settlement? Who would you, like, should I just send, like, there?
Who offered you a settlement?
No, I'm gonna offer them like a chance to settle before like I'm gonna send them a letter with my like. No one offered anything. I'm just thinking like should I just go straight to my perception.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My perception is this thing. So my perception is I'm gonna offer you the settlement, and if you don't take the settlement, of course there's no settlement after that. Where I'm saying I'm off with the head kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's total domination after that. But I'm giving you the opportunity of being an honor to be like, look, this settlement's like really good. You know what I mean? Like I think it's beyond what I'm deserved after all this treatment, taking my car, taking all my money. So it was a large amount of money too. So it was like it was cash and it was up with like $35,000.
How long ago was this?
And this was a year. It was a year and a half ago.
You don't send them nothing because you're wasting time right now. Every state you have, generally speaking, you have about 2 to 3 years to sue them in federal court. So I wouldn't, me personally, this is just me personally speaking, I wouldn't give them no types of notice to shit. I would just go ahead and litigate against them. This would be the perfect time because they think you forgot. Or if they don't think you forgot, I know they done forgot about it now. Whoever that arresting officer was, or officers or whatever, I know they forgot what happened.
I mean, I know they didn't forget because it's the same thing. All the whole department knows me, and then they just pulled me over a couple of days ago, and then they did the most. They gave me a ticket that was like basic. Like I wasn't doing anything wrong. They saw me and they pulled me over, and then they pulled out the spike strips. My dad even pulled up and recorded them. And they pulled a spike strip through in front of my car. They came to my approaching my car with the weapons out their holster. And I'm just like, what are you guys like? Why are you guys acting like I never posed a threat to you guys ever? You know what I mean?
You need to sue them, man. This is just my opinion on it. Some of y'all may disagree, but I've come to the conclusion that there are 2 ways to make these people leave you alone. You either gonna have to put a gun in their face, or you gonna have to sue them. You gotta cost them money, and you can't put a gun in their face because it's gonna be a problem. Then they don't play fair, even though you have every right to self-defense against anybody. But they just not gonna play fair. So you need to sue them. That's what you need to do. Don't sue the state, sue them, because they're not authorized to violate your rights. So when they do so, they do it because they say, fuck your rights. You don't have no rights. We're going to violate your rights because we want to. This is personal. You need to sue them.
Yeah.
They will leave. I guarantee you, if you cost them money, they're going to leave you alone. I've been stopped with 8 active capias warrants before by numerous different types of police officers. I've been stopped by sheriff, state trooper, 3 different types of municipal police. In which in one city I stopped in, I got stopped in. I had the actual capious warrants in that city, but when they ran the name, it was like they just got spooked and they just left me the fuck alone. It shocked the hell out of me because I thought I was going to jail. But they will leave you alone.
So what's the process of doing that? The whole, like, because that's where I get stuck. Like, all right, so do I just do I because I tried calling like being like even like kind of like attorneys. I'll pay for it. I want to do it myself, but I'll pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so kind of they don't even they won't. I can't even get to some of the talks about that. So
it's so easy, bro. It is. It's so easy. All you're doing is you're making factual allegations against these police officers, but you need to know what your rights are in order to know how to properly draft this complaint. What you need to do is basically you're just pleading facts that show a clearly established constitutionally protected right of which a reasonable officer would have known about has been violated. If you do that, they are not going to get immunity. They're not going to get immunity at all. At least they won't get it. They might get it after discovery, but I doubt that based on what you're telling me. They're not going to get immunity. It don't sound like it to me.
And I have all the first from the first one I have all the paperwork, and then I have videos of everything. Like I record everything. So some of them I stopped posting them online because I felt like this my reason for doing it was to teach people, but like if I'm just showing them the video and they don't know how I'm doing what I'm doing, then I could really just be putting people in harm's way more than
I agree.
You know, so
I agree.
And I see a lot of these videos online, and I'm like, bro, I don't want to. Like, that's not the goal. The goal for me is not to get viewers or not to get like subscriptions, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean. You say you in California, right?
Correct.
All right. I have if you don't mind, when you get to the chat section in the live, if you don't mind, place your email address down there because what I have it's about 788 pages, and it's basically it's like a corpus juris secundum type PDF file, and it's called the Fourth Amendment and Search and Seizure Update. It was drafted by an attorney in California. It's 788 pages, and it's just straight to the point on what they can and cannot do under the Fourth Amendment. I think that would help you. It will address all of the it addresses all of the state courts in California. It has case law there for all of those states. For all of those courts, and the Ninth Circuit, which is the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. So basically, all federal appeals from every U.S. district court in California goes to the Ninth Circuit, which is the appellate court. It's a federal appellate court. And it has cases in there for that too. So you need to read this. This is, as a matter of fact, if anybody on here is listening to this, I would advise y'all to either comment when this live is over with, comment your email. Comment your email address or email me or something like that, and I'll send y'all this document. I wish I could I knew how to attach it and place it in here. I don't think I can. Let me see if I can, because I think that's easier. If I was to just do it like that, I don't think it's gonna let me do it though. No, it ain't gonna let me do it. But back to your lawsuit. I'm sorry to get off topic. Back to your lawsuit. It sounds like to me, yes, you have a valid cause of action against them because anything they take from you without a lawful purpose, that is, in some cases, it's a felony. They can't take a pair of your glasses without your permission. You can sue for that shit. They can't take a fucking piece of hair off your body without your permission.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That first time they took me, they took my car, they took it for they destroyed it basically. They took it for about 2 weeks under what's it called, evidence, you know. Mm-hmm. And then they took all my money. That was all my money. So like my life went upside down after that. And then not so I went to court. It took me a year and a half to get it back. I recently got it back in the beginning of
Yeah, you need to sue them, man. You need to sue them. You can
and they still have my basically my pistol, which I can't. They said that I could lawfully own it, but they want me to register and do all that stuff. So it's like I don't even my car's not even registered. So what the fuck am I gonna register that?
Yeah. What matters is that you are the lawful owner of it. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it's registered with the state or not. It's private damn property.
Yeah, and that's what I told them. I was like, look, you see that there's nothing on this vehicle that shows that you guys have any skin in this game, you know.
Mm-hmm. I have an ebook. I'm sorry to cut you off. I have an ebook. It's $10, or you can watch some of my videos too, where I teach you, how to sue it. Basically, I'm not sure if I don't really go into as much detail as I want because I don't want to make my videos too long and I don't want to confuse people. So I try to make them as short and I just try to get straight to the point. But I do have videos like how to sue the police, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and all that stuff. And I have a video that teaches you how to be qualified. I mean, all that stuff is on YouTube. Let me see if I can.
And you know, sorry, I didn't cut you off. You know when you said like you have about 2 years. Is it 2 years from when it happened, or 2 years from when if they kept my money all the way to like the beginning of this year, like is it 2 years still? Because they still technically hadn't stolen until the beginning of this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the courts. I don't agree with them, but they say it's 2 years from the date that it happened. I don't like that shit.
But isn't that a statute? Like
it's no because I don't. Let me see. Title 42, Section 1983 suits. They don't have a statute of limitations. So since they don't have a statute of limitations, the Supreme Court basically said that they how do I put this? They borrowed the state's personal injury statute of limitations. So whatever your state's personal injury statute of limitations is, that's the statute of limitations that they use on personal injury lawsuits because this is a personal injury lawsuit.
Okay. Yeah, and it's been going on like so recently. Recently it was crazy. Recently was the most like it was kind of funny at the end like the way I looked at it because like I had a camera on my lap and he was like you touch that camera all off. Well, you never be done. I was like I pointed like to me it looked like put it this way at the end of the I was there for an hour and a half. They shut down the whole street. Well, for a traffic stop, they shut down the whole street. The spikes were in my car. 14 cop cars came behind me. By the end, my dad's recording. He tells my dad, "Hey, can you move over there?" My dad's like, "No, my ear is fine," And then he's all like, "Okay, well, I'm telling you to go over there because I don't want you to get any bullets or anything." And my dad's like, "What the fuck?" Like,
yeah, what type of shit is that to say? Like, what these people? I can't stand them.
I take the bad boy song all out. I already knew, like, I was like, this, like, you guys need theme music because it's crazy, And then,
you're gonna have to sue them, bro. You're gonna have to sue them. I had a situation like that. It happened to me. I didn't know what to do at the time, though. I think that was my first time ever going to jail. I was about 21 or 22 years old, and they snatched me out the car, fucking gun drawing on me, slammed me to the ground with their knee to the back of my neck. And when I asked them, what happened, what did I do? They said, "You don't have on a seatbelt." I said, "What the fuck? Are you serious?" And I didn't know what to do, so I kind of just let that ride. But I told myself it won't happen again. And it ain't happened. I hit them books on that.
I think that's where I'm at. I'm at that point where because I gave them every opportunity to make it right, and now it's to the point where no, what I've learned in my life is that the only way I made change in my life was through pain and uncomfortable situations. So I can't make it comfortable for them. I can't do what they would like me to do because
you gotta fight back, bro. You gotta fight back, man. If you don't, they just gonna keep on doing it, man. They gonna keep on doing it if you don't fight back. You gotta fight back. Don't let them intimidate you. Don't let them scare you. They gonna do all of that, man. I've been to court. They used to have special settings for me. So they call it a special setting where it's just me, a judge, a bailiff, and about 3 to 4 police officers in the whole entire courtroom. It's just that's it because they didn't want nobody else to see. And what they did, they were testing me to see if I actually knew what I knew, if I knew what I was talking about. I've been held in contempt of court numerous times. I had a judge. He was in court. His name is Braxton Kitchell. He's a civil rights attorney. He's a personal injury lawyer, but he was a part-time like temporary type judge or something like that. So he's sitting on the bench and he's an old white guy. And he wants me to approach the bench, and stuff like that. I said, no, sir, I'm good right here, Your Honor. He wanted me to approach the bench because he said he couldn't hear me or whatever. But anyway, long story short, I never approached the bench. He looked at the police officers behind me. I think it was about 2 or 3 of them on the side of me. And he said, officers, will you take him to jail? And of course they took me to jail, but they dumbass. Notice he didn't say, I order you to take him to jail. He said, he asked them, will they take me to jail? He knew what the fuck he was doing. He then looked at me and said, I find you in like 3 counts of contempt and sentenced you to blah, blah, blah. So it was supposed to be for like $300 and maybe 10 days or something like that. I got out of jail about 48 hours later. So once I got out of jail, I was like, what the hell, because I'm thinking that, he was serious or whatever. He was bullshit. He was bluffing. So he ordered me released on a writ of mittimus. He ordered me released from jail. I found that out once I went to the clerk's office and got a copy of what he had done or whatever. And I got a copy of the order of contempt where he was so-called sentenced me to jail. This motherfucker ain't never signed that piece of paper. He drew a fucking circle on a piece of paper. They know what they doing, man. This shit is all smoke, man. Look, man. You don't be scared of these people, man. Don't be scared of them.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely that's funny because like I can see through it. I feel like once you like I guess they call them like the archetype in a spiritual sense. They call them like tricksters or the fool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like a weasel, only a weasel can defeat another weasel.
Mm-hmm.
And once you kind of once you come from darkness and you start doing it for the light, you can see things. You can see what they're gonna do before they're gonna do it because you've been there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You came out of that area. And like my thing is like because even this last time it was funny what they were trying to do. It was like damn, if you like that. This was made me really like I started telling people on my page. It's like look, I know like you guys see me do this, but I want you guys to understand like how dangerous it could be because at the end of the day, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, like what they were trying to do, like what I saw what they were trying to do was they're telling me to stick my fingers out my window because I only give them like an inch and a half, 2 inches,
Mm-hmm.
and my windows are like mirror tint. It's like so I stick my fingers out the window, and then while the sergeant was coming to talk to me, and then the guy that pulled me over was smiling and kind of like acting like he was gonna open my door, like you know what I mean, like trying to get me to flinch. Because obviously, if I flinch, what the fuck are they gonna do? You know what I mean? Like so it was almost like you guys want to shoot me basically.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. It ain't nothing for them to turn off their body camera. Once they before they shoot you, turn off the body camera. Notice they had the whole street blocked off, so nobody could actually probably see what was going on. They could probably.
And that's why I think my dad and I think myself were having so I was to call him and tell him, hey, I'm down the street.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to drop off my car to him, and I was like, can you come? And my dad knows me to the point where like, because when he got there, like, can you talk to your son? And he's like, he's a grown up because I'm 36. He's like, I can talk to him. Yeah, he's my son. He's like, you have a good relationship with him? He's like, I have a great relationship with him. And then so they were trying to get him to talk to me, to talk sense into me, but they didn't realize my dad knows what I stand for and what I am, and he might not do it himself. He might not 100% understand it, but he respects it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he sees he sees the proof in the pudding. So at the end of the day, he really what they did was let my dad really understand. Like, damn, like my son just I'll give it to my dad. And they're like, well, I can't give it to your dad because that's not you. And I was like, well, that's not me either. So why you? And then so when I said that, he just threw a ticket down my window. And then he's like, just do me a favor. He's like, don't drive off until we drive off. Because we're gonna pull you over. And I was like, and then what? Do this again? Like do nothing? You know, like don't do the whole show. Like, cause you guys really didn't do nothing. You just wasted an hour, like 2 hours of my time, basically, and 2 hours of. The bigger thing to me is like you wasted 2 hours of your time. You guys are business. So at the end of the day, the way I look at it, you guys took a bigger loss than I did. You know, because that's 14 cops. They're not pulling anybody over for fucking 2 hours.
Okay, let's start back talking about the lawsuit. This is what you need to do, man. You need to find out which U.S. District Court in California that has venue over this case. I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure how many U.S. District Courts are in California, but you need to find out which one. As far as drafting the complaint, that's pretty much easy. The only thing the most important part of your complaint, or the ultimate facts section of your complaint, that is going to determine if you're going to win or lose your case. Everything else is pretty much just copy and paste. As far as the jurisdiction and venue and the parties, all of that stuff is easy. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good can you comprehend legalese?
I'm really good. I would say like on the if you're talking about 10 like memorizing, no, but 10 to double check everything and to make sure that I know like I'm pretty well aware of the
Okay, good. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. I would suggest I'm gonna post one of my videos, and you should see the rest of them in here. I'm gonna copy and paste a link to one of my videos in here. How to sue the police.
Yeah, I'll share you one of my videos. One of my videos that I got when I got pulled over by Santa Monica, and you could kind of see. I over articulate that. Now I don't really talk as much as I did back then, or at the time I got arrested, or not arrested, but pulled over and they let me go. But you can see how I kind of how much I really my intellect level, I guess you could say, of legalese and that. You know what I mean?
I don't even argue. I don't even argue with the police on with the lawyers anymore. I just don't say. I just play dumb. That's what I do. I'm looking at your name, and I'm trying to memorize everything that happened. It was like the night the police officers did what they did to me. Man, I bullshit you not. I was drafting that civil rights complaint in my head on the side of the road. That's what I was doing. And looking at their names. That's what I was doing.
I mean, that's the only thing I'm missing. How to do that? Like there's other things that happen where like when you don't do no ID, they love to fucking like to take you into to do the most just to get that. Like I had for flying a drone, I had the state troopers take me for like into custody, basically into the sheriff's office, just for not IDing and flying a drone where I was allowed to fly a drone. And so like that's what like to me is like to me people think because it's just crazy how people think is that like, well, why don't you just listen to them? It's like, because why would I do that? Like, why would I give them?
You don't have to. Like if I don't have to, then I'm not gonna do it. But don't get me wrong. Like I understand what some of those people be saying, because like, bro, I don't want to go no fucking jail. Who the fuck want to go to jail? Like, come on, man. I don't want to go no jail, but I'm not finna just let you. I'm not finna just let you think you can do whatever you can, do whatever you want to do to me. I'm not finna do that. You got the wrong one.
Yeah, that's exactly what some people like. I don't want to do this as much as like, but I feel like it's my duty, because at the same time, I'm like, what's more important than me spending time in jail or being free is keeping my moral integrity.
Yeah, it is your duty, man. It's everybody's duty, because if you don't, it's just gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse, and then nobody is doing anything about it.
Yeah.
You have to do this, man.
That's what we got where we are right now.
Yeah, you have to do this because these people are not gonna stop, man. They not gonna stop this shit, man. They are not gonna stop. You gotta figure out how to cost these people money, or you gotta do it the other way. That's the only thing that they respect. If you're doing anything other than that, you're wasting your time. I hate to say it. I hate to be so negative or whatever, but they just don't play fair. They don't play fair at all. I posted it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The whole thing, it's like a whole, like, once you kind of do, like, when you get deep into, like, understanding what's going on, and even, like, the money in it, it's like, it's not even real money, so it's like, yeah, we're gonna get money, but it's like, what is that, are we just feeding into, taking out one system, putting it into another system, and playing that system, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you
So
mean.
it's like, you gotta find a place where you'll find peace, basically, because if you keep going down, you'll see that, like, you're just jumping into different games, basically, of the monopoly of the whole system, and it isn't until I believe it is until we, like, so it has not, to me, it's when it comes down to it, it's really not paperwork. It's more just you knowing who you are on an intuition level of what like who your creator is, and the reason they try to control you because they can't control you. They didn't create you, but they created that entity, and all you believe you're that entity, then they can control you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Damn sure right.
So, but I mean, it's hard breaking that curse. But we've been taught that for generations. It's like even to be the person in the family to do that, like, because you look, you probably have the same situation. Most people have the same situation like this. Like, you're looked to as a black sheep, and have to go through not only that with the legal system and these costs, but even the separation of family, of what they believe and the way you're living. Like having to be that outsider, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Listen, I gotta wrap this call up, huh?
Yeah. All right, but but I'm gonna send you my email, and I appreciate. I wasn't even expecting to do this, but something told me to do it.
Yeah, you wait. I'm gonna tell you right now. You got the right one on the phone, talking to the right one when it comes to suing these people. I'm gonna let me post my I'm gonna see if I can post my case number into the chat, and you can go and look my case up if you want. I should have a video on here. I think I do. I'm gonna see if I can find that video and post it in there. I also posted a link to my ebook. The book is $10, y'all. I made that book $10 on purpose. It's 27 pages and it's straight to the point. Straight to the point. So I think that book will help you. And if you need more help, you know, if my ebook is not doing what you want it to do, or if the videos are not helping, just let me know, and just, you know, shoot me an email or something like that, and I'll try to do another live Q&A, and we can do it like that.
I just posted my email.
Okay, let me see. I don't see it.
In the comments?
I don't see it. It's probably gonna pop up later because I don't see it right now. But all right, let me go ahead. I gotta go to the next caller. All right. Good luck, man. No problem.
All right,
What is? Hold that. Screen. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Looks like Ace, how long did it take you for settlement? Ace, I think I litigated my case. Well, I filed the lawsuit, I think in early January of 2021. And I settled it last year in June, Ace. So a little over a year. I think it was about 18 months, maybe. Somewhere around about that time. Didn't take too long. Y'all can call into the show 563-999-3602. Press 1, and then we can go ahead and talk. Let me see. What was it? Where is listen, y'all, listen. Suing the police in federal court, that is the easiest damn thing you can do. It is just that easy, y'all. It's just that easy. All you need to know, you just need to know what your rights are. If you know what your rights are, then you know the facts that you need to allege in your complaint to prove a particular cause of action against that police officer. I promise y'all, it is that easy. Very easy. For those of y'all who knew and don't know me, I'm gonna post a link to the video. It's proof that I settled my lawsuit. It has the cause number on it. There's the court order in it, so on and so forth. Where is it? Here it is, right here. I'm about to post this video into the chat section right now for y'all. There's a link I just posted proving to you that I settled my lawsuit. It's a video on my channel. All of this stuff works the same way, y'all. All of it. You can draft a motion. If you don't know how to draft a motion, watch that video. I posted a video how to draft a motion. Probably about 10 minutes long. I didn't want to make it too long and too complex. And I try to make my videos as short as possible because I don't want to confuse nobody. But all of this stuff is easy. It's easy, y'all. And you can do this. So don't come on this channel saying you can't do this because yes, the fuck you can. You can do this. I did it. I didn't know what the hell I was doing when I first started learning and reading cases. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. These words were confusing me. A person, natural person, jurisdiction thereof, all these legal heretofore, all this bullshit, all that shit used to confuse me. But I just kept reading cases. And every time I read a case and I didn't know what a word meant, I looked it up in the law dictionary. That's what I did. That's what you're going to have to do. Caller 6516, you're on the line. How you doing?
Hello.
What's good, God?
Jerome.
Oh, what's good, man?
What's going on?
Man, chilling, man. Chilling.
I have lots of battles. I ain't won the war yet.
Man, that look. Keep fighting, man. Don't give up, man. Keep fighting.
Oh no, I ain't giving up. It's just when you knowing your enemy is optimal when you I guess put on the boxing gloves per se.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's one of the key things everyone got to keep their head straight on is that understand your enemy is that low. They can be that low. and to expect and plan that type of, I hate to say it, fuckery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
With
Man.
all due respect.
Man.
You will have to question everything within your spirituality. Like, are these people for real?
Man.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they for real. And the whole thing about it is all of this shit is bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Okay, so to explain I got some leeway in my case. Okay, so my child support case has been giving me my type of tips throughout my past 5 years of my life with my driver's license suspension, with getting arrested for drivers without a license, to getting put in court for contempt of court
sign and agree to, all right, um, the appeals court, the state appeal court. I finally got to the correct court, not federal court. You gotta exhaust all your state remedies. So I was supposed to go to the appeal court. When I went there, one of my main things I was fighting was paying the $250 fee. Because I'm broke, and it's like, well, you guys already considered me a criminal by arresting me for this contempt of court. You didn't give me no attorney. You didn't give me no Sixth Amendment right. You didn't give me no due process. So I considered this criminal, and I argued the whole thing all the way around. Basically, what the court said is, we heard you. We got your motion. We got your facts. The fee will be $250. Yeah, like not even. Hey, do y'all got like a discount? Like nothing. So guys went ahead and paid the fee very reluctantly, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm about to have father-daughter dance night, and so I'm like, man, all right, this better work because everything falls on this one case. This unlawful child support order is fucking my whole life up. So, all right, I gotta invest in this. So I paid the fee, and bruh, this was on a Monday, bruh. I paid the fee on Monday. By Friday, in the mail, I got the attorney's packet with all these arguments. Man, she sent me a tree worth of like, God damn, this thing is heavy. It costs like $10 to mail this thing to me. So I get this packet, bruh, and this attorney making all these little arguments, motion that this a mess, blah, blah, blah. Already, dog, I just paid this money, so I'm extra mad. Like, first off, Trinity versus Pagliaro. Shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Off jump, first off, I object. You're not allowed to speak. You are again in real time violating my rights. I haven't even got a brief in, so therefore you can't motion to dismiss because there's no affidavits on the record. So I had all that. I had all her up real quick, right?
Yeah.
Next week, I get another big old package. Like, she just got extra mad that I had said something. I was like, oh, I can't believe she did this. But in this package, she sent a whole bunch of copies, like Discovery. And that's the reason why she did this is because I made a Brady violation claim in my first objection. So I guess she felt, hey, we got to put all the information on them.
I think,
you say they stupid?
Yeah, I think Brady is only relating to criminal actions. I'm not sure. I don't think it's the civil action.
Exactly. But I said it anyway. And I'm learning about it too.
Okay.
But I think it do apply to civil quasi administrative. It has to do with discovery.
Yeah, they have to, any type of evidence, it doesn't matter if it's civil or criminal, they intend to use the evidence against you. They have to turn over the evidence to you.
Exactly.
Yeah, they have to do that.
It's been 5 years since I haven't appealed this correctly, so that's one of the main arguments. I only got 30 days to appeal and pass the deadline, blah, blah, blah. But I'm stating I just got the order in the, I had to go get the order from the lower court on in December. I said, I just got the original order. I'm supposed to have this original order 5 years ago, but they never mailed it out because at the time I didn't have an address on record. So I'm proving that I just got the order and I'm appealing within the 30 days of getting the order. So, but the second package she sent had all the original paperwork and all this shit, right? So mind you, they defaulted me. They defaulted a father, not because I neglected my kids, not because I got arrested for neglecting my kids and they had to get involved. They defaulted me for refusing to sign a voluntary agreement during a negotiation conference.
Yeah, they can't force you to sign no agreement.
Exactly. Now, the way that the lower courts.
Hold on, Jose. I'm gonna tell you what you should do. Next time they do some shit like that, sign it under duress. Make sure you like.
Well, no,
go ahead.
This the thing. Yeah, I did not understand is how the lower court have a default order by a judge. Because this whole time, a judge that tried to sue in federal court with all her judicial immunity and whatnot, she was the one that put this order in. But what I'm saying is, how can a judge put an order in if, in fact, we in a negotiation conference, which is not a judicial hearing, one. And two, the only way that she can have jurisdiction over me is if I sign this voluntarily. Now, once I saw the paperwork that she sent over, the attorney sent over, in this South Carolina law, it states in order to be found in default judgment, it has A through like F.
Mm-hmm.
A, if you fail to show up. Well, I showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a negotiation conference, and that's all I was required to show up for when I was served. So if I showed up, how am I defaulted? So they're in violation of their own order, correct?
I would need to read the statute that you're referencing.
Well,
Go ahead.
basically, the statute is contrary to the attorney's argument, to the fact that I was defaulted. Because at this point, the state does not have an affidavit from my ex. They don't have an affidavit from the attorney. They don't have an affidavit from nobody. So that whatever facts they're operating on are void, one, and two, the only jurisdiction they would have is if I signed, which I didn't. And therefore, where does the default come from when your own paperwork says that I showed up?
Yeah, let me everybody listening to me right now, this is what y'all need to do. This includes you too, Jose. Anytime you're dealing with these people, you need to draft up like a notice of special appearance, some shit like that. And you need to make it known in that notice of special appearance on such and such day, I will be appearing specially, not generally, under duress, in fear of I might lose my rights to such and such and such and such if I don't show up, or if I don't sign this willingly or something. Like you need to make sure you got some type of paperwork that shows that. You need to get that. You need. It's a
preemptive security.
So I wouldn't call it that, but it's necessary because they get on my fucking nerves, man, because they don't give a fuck. They don't care, bro.
They violate their own code. They violate their own rules. They violate everything, and they do it regardless.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm
saying.
Now that I'm at the Court of Appeals, now they bitching and crying about, oh, he had this much time, he had this, we did that. It was like, hold up. You didn't even follow your own rules, first off.
How they gonna get a default judgment? Like, first off, going to court is voluntary. All of that shit is voluntary. How the fuck you gonna get a default judgment against them?
Well, look at it like this. This is how I always talk to everybody now. What do the court rules say? There's only two sets of court rules. There's civil and there's criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a default judgment only applies to civil. So under Rule 55, you will have to have what? An affidavit or some type of moving motion from a movement. Correct?
Do you know that statute? I'm gonna look the statute up. Do you know the statute that they move for a default judgment?
Civil Rules of Procedure. Rule 55.
You in which court you in? You in state court?
Well, yeah, it's in state court, but civil rules and criminal rules all stay the same within their
yeah, they do.
The rules of the procedure.
Okay, so you in a civil
rule.
Okay, and this is South Carolina.
55, South Carolina.
All right. Civil procedure. Let me see. Rule 55A requires that the court enter all judgments by default and preserve. All right, I think this is it. Let me go and read this. Let's see. Setting aside default. Okay. Rule 55A entry. When a party against whom a judgment for affirmative relief is sought has failed to plead or otherwise defend as provided by these rules, and that fact is made to appear by affidavit or otherwise, the clerk shall enter his default upon the calendar file book. So did anybody file an affidavit stating that you failed to plead or otherwise defend this action?
Nope.
That's a prerequisite to getting the in my opinion, that's a prerequisite to getting a default judgment under Rule 55 of the South Carolina.
And you have to put a motion in. You have to put a motion in.
Yeah, you damn sure do. You have to do an affidavit and a motion.
Okay. Exactly. So my point is, how do you get to a default when we're only in a negotiation conference? Let me explain to you what a negotiation conference is. It's a big old room full of fathers and mothers, and there's a whole bunch of tables set up.
It's like a settlement. It's like a settlement.
Huh?
It's like a settlement. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And basically, what they're trying to do is get settlements prior to going through all the steps.
That's correct.
And the affidavits
Yeah.
and motions. So if you have a father that says, I'm not signing that, and they go, well, you're not going to sign it, well, we're going to put it in front of a judge. And then the judge, you go in front of a hearing for a judge.
You got to go to trial after that, man. Normally, you would go to trial after that when you refuse to sign. Like, let's say if you caught a criminal charge or something like that, and you want to, the prosecution is offering you a plea deal or some shit like this, and you say, man, I'm not signing that shit, then you got to go to trial. Normally, that's what would happen. You would go to trials. And on the civil side, it would work the same way.
Yeah. But this is how the court's trying to play it. They're trying to consider a negotiation conference some type of totality. So they're trying to say that all the totality of all the steps of any civil procedures have already been done.
Hold on, wait. Say that again. My bad. Say that again, man.
They're trying to claim that everything that the rules require you to do prior to a trial in civil court have already been done by both parties.
Man,
What they're saying is, I responded to the summons in person to the negotiation conference. By responding, we skipped all the civil court rules and requirements up into a trial by just showing up. Because I wasn't required to put an affidavit on the record like you're supposed to do when you get sued. You're supposed to respond within 30 days and put an affidavit on the record. I didn't have to do that when I was summoned to show up to a negotiation hearing. The only thing I was required to do was sign a piece of paper that I refused.
You can. When was this? Because you could set aside that. I mean, you could file a motion to set aside that default. I mean, that ain't even really no default judgment, man. That shit ain't, because it's
that's what I was saying.
It's void. Like that shit ain't no. Man,
yeah, it's void by their own admissions and their own rules. It's void.
That's what it sounds like. It's void to me. It sounds like it's void to me.
If I want to apply the civil side, because you know how they always say that child support is civil, correct?
Correct.
Or voluntary, but it's not criminal unless you over there beating your kids. You know, you're going to jail for assaulting kids and stuff like that. You should go to jail.
I agree.
My point is, when you don't have a judge putting in an order from a case where they've established one, venue, personal jurisdiction, and subject matter jurisdiction, and there's a case with a case number, and then the judge puts in an order on what you're supposed to do. This is not the same thing when it happens in family court. On a negotiation conference.
These people are just,
all that
I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know what the hell these people doing. They just terrible, man. They terrible.
It's criminal. It's criminal. When you see how much and how far the people look out for each other, because I'm in multiple other courts too. I'm visiting them. I got battles on all different fronts, almost in every court in the state, and they don't like me at all. They don't like me at all. They knew who I was when I tried to sue this family court judge for putting in this default order on me.
I'm
And
trying
when
to.
I did that, I put, I exploded. I made myself known, but I also made myself known as ignorant of how to handle this crap too.
Yeah,
Because federal court was not the way to go.
it's all good. It's how you learn, man. You learn by making mistakes. So.
And then that's right. And the only thing you got to worry about is don't make the mistakes to the point where you can't fix it. But I'm told you to always go back and fix any type of ruling as long as you motion the court and you ask. You got to at least do that.
So all right, let me ask you this. So when she filed this motion to dismiss, on what grounds was her motion to dismiss based on? Do you remember?
There was no motion to dismiss.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so she didn't file a motion to dismiss.
No
She filed she filed a motion for default judgment. That's what you're saying?
Nope.
Well, who the fuck gave her a default judgment? Was it sui sponte?
I don't know what sui sponte means.
Sui,
what does that mean?
it's Latin for on the court's own volition. In other words, the judge just did it because that's what the judge wanted to do. Something like that.
Yes. And that means that's exactly what happened. But this is the thing though. This is not a case. You got a situation where you have mothers file out applications to DSS, the Child Support Agency, Title 4D, whatever the fuck y'all want to call it. They do these little applications. There's ways to get child support by going through the application process. Now, when you go through the application process, the state gives the mothers an attorney that work for the DSS. And the reason why this usually happens is because the mom usually got food stamps, Medicaid for the kids, something of that matter, to where they trying to strong arm the moms by feeling guilty by taking state funds and then making them feel like they gotta pay it back by their means. And their means is, here go an attorney, you sign here, right here, and the attorney was gonna handle it. Problem with that is the moms don't got an affidavit of any facts on the record. They're considering her to be the plaintiff, but where is her facts? What is she accusing you of if this is a lawsuit? How much do you owe her? All those things are kept from the record.
Normally, they like a petition for support or something like that. They normally require those to be verified by a notary public. They normally, generally speaking, that's what they normally do. And said that in other words, when they do that, it's considered an affidavit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. But that parent, not even that parent. Anyone who has an affidavit has to sign and date it correctly. Right?
You say anybody who what?
Anybody who has an affidavit on the record in any court has to sign and date it.
Yeah, you gotta sign it.
And they make you get a notary to show that it was you that signed it.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying with this is how child support operates is not only do they not have the affidavit of record, not only is it not given to you, the defendant, of whatever the claims are, it's not in a lawsuit form the way we usually handle lawsuits.
Oh, so you saying the petition? They don't. Are you saying that they don't give you a copy of the petition? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't get a copy of it, and if I did get a copy of it, what I got don't show an affidavit. It don't show any signatures.
Well, you can contest
It
that.
don't show that that's what that is.
File a motion to dismiss. This ain't no. What is this? This is just a piece of paper. This ain't no affidavit. I don't see nothing in here. Ain't no facts in here to support nothing.
Exactly.
So
That's what the educated mind. I will file motion to dismiss on all these things. I'm talking about after the fact. These are all the facts that's coming to me now. So now there's no motion to dismiss. There's no motion to default. There's no motion, or there's no affidavit. There's no signature. And guess what? The only one speaking on that side is guess who? The attorney.
yeah, well, they can't say shit. Yeah, they can't say shit.
Exactly. You get where I'm going with
They
this.
don't have if they don't have personal knowledge, they can't testify to nothing.
Exactly. So everything that they're putting on the record, everything that is said, everything that is done, is this attorney that's doing this.
It's hearsay.
There's no mother doing this, signing it, dating it, getting it stamped, and filing it. There's an attorney that's party to this and instigating all this without the required normal things that we would normally see in a civil case.
Yeah.
But all that set aside, a default only applies if you do not respond. And in the rules, it says A through F. And it says in A, if you do not show up, that's a default. If you do not give notice of why you can't show up by a timely date, that's a default. And blah, blah, blah. Nothing that applies to not signing shit.
Yeah, they can't force you to sign nothing.
Exactly.
They can't force you to sign nothing. It's
So
void
guess
if they
what?
do that.
I showed up. Yeah, and I didn't sign. So tell me where I showed up, not signing, do I default some type of civil lawsuit? Where does that happen? Because I want to start suing people like that. That sounds easy.
It don't sound like you defaulted to me. It sounds like just like I just said, like if you were to get offered a plea agreement or a plea deal or something like that from the prosecutor, and you don't want to take the deal, then it will go to trial. That's the same way. That's the same thing that would happen in a civil case. Like for example, when I went to my settlement conference, if I didn't want to take the amount of money that they were offering me in the settlement conference, then I could have said no, and then that would have been it, and we would have went to trial.
Yep. See, what my situation is a little bit different because I dealt with child support with my daughter who turned 18 this year. I ain't seen her since she was born.
Damn.
That's how much it destroyed my life, that first one. But this time around, I decided to look at it like it was, I'm a bull, I'm about to hit you because I already know how y'all roll. So when I addressed this issue, I said, guess what? You ain't gonna default me. I showed up. Yeah, guess what? I showed up. What you want?
If I was you, if I was you, not that it's probably gonna make a difference, but I would just cover myself. I would put in an affidavit stating that what happened on this day, on such and such day, I came in at a settlement conference or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they call it.
Well, see, that's how that appellate court works differently, bro. Like all this normal stuff that I be doing with the circuit court or civil and criminal, once you get to the appellate court, they got their own rules.
Yeah, they do. But what they do is they're looking to see if an error has occurred or if a rights violation has occurred. That's what they're doing.
The court clerk had to tell me the other day because what I keep doing is I keep going outside of rules, keep doing stuff like that, filing affidavits, What they do is they kick it back and they be like I said, we got your motion, but right now it's the payment. And then after the payment, we're gonna go on to the briefs. After the briefs, they had to literally she had to slow it down for me because look, we understand.
Why didn't you I'm sorry to cut you off. Why didn't you try to proceed as a pauper to get them to waive the fee?
I did. I motioned first. I motioned for a former pauperist, and if former pauperist was denied, then I did another motion on their denial, claiming all the constitutional rights to access the court. Well, that is correct, dealing with I want everybody to understand that. When it's applying to civil matters, your right does not apply to when it says access the court, because you don't have an order from a judge from a criminal trial that can be looked at by the appellate court for free as a right. When you have a civil issue, you have to pay for that.
Yeah, you do, but they'll still waive the fee. Did you fill out an affidavit or you just filed a motion?
I did everything, bro. I did everything but piss them off and say, you know what, we're just not gonna listen to your case even if you do pay. I did everything about that. I swear. But like I said, this is the thing. When it applies to a civil matter, when you win your case, guess what? You get those fees paid for by who? The other party.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's that. And that's what I'm thinking the appellate courts do. They operate a little bit differently, but when I say they have their own rules, bro, they got their own rules.
They do. They do. They call them.
Oh wow.
They probably call them South Carolina Rules of Appellate Procedure. I think that's what they call them, South Carolina Rules of Appellate Procedure.
Yeah.
All courts have their own rules of their appellate rules of procedure. The federal courts and the state courts, all of them do. Motion and affidavit.
No matter how much I want to tell them all my facts right away, right now, they keep telling me, okay, we'll get there, but first. So it takes stages when you get up to that level, but these lower courts, it's crazy to hear them crying, complain once you get there, because now they're saying a whole different thing. Oh, he had his chance. Oh, we did it right. But when you really look at their own evidence that they're putting on the record, it's like, oh, y'all some liars. Dog, they are that stupid. They're not smarter than us. They just know how to read. That's a good quote, because they are stupid. They are actually stupid. Because his attorney didn't have to come at me this hard. She didn't have to come at me this hard. But because I told her to basically to shut the fuck up, using Trinity versus Pagliaro and a couple of the ones that I got from you, she did not like that. So when she produced more evidence, that's all going on the record, and they all get to see that shit. So when she produced that shit, that's what I said. I go, look, this case should be dismissed right now because look, the fact shows.
She what was I gonna say? They like these people. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, man. The argument of that legal name is not me, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not the name. That is a valid argument. That is a valid. You know, when you go to court and they ask you, are you John Doe or whatever, and they talking about the one and I. They talking about the all caps name, the all capitalized letter name. That's a valid argument. Yeah. That's a valid argument, but
yeah, I mean it is. It is. I mean, everything is a valid argument if you do it right.
But the reason they don't want to acknowledge it is because everybody can make that argument. It would be a valid argument, and they should win their case because that's a corporate. That is a legal fiction, man. But they don't. These people, they just don't play fair. Like they just don't play fair, man. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that they don't play fair. They're not smarter than you. They just all of them. They just stick together, and so they try to cover for each other and hide this shit so people don't know what the fuck they doing.
I had another judge, a circuit judge, on the appeal from another lower court just on February. It was my appeal for that traffic stop. Well, I had her. She literally said this. I was quoting all the right to travel case laws. Pennsylvania. Damn, now I can't think of none of these different things. Anyway, she basically said, well, none of those case laws apply to South Carolina because those are from different states. And I said, excuse me, ma'am. I said, those are Supreme Court justices ruled on those cases. They apply to every state. And she goes, not South Carolina.
Now, those were principles. Those were principles in those cases. Those were principles of law in those cases. And principles of law apply everywhere. Like ignorance of the law is no excuse. That applies everywhere. Even if you find a case, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I quoted Murdoch versus Pennsylvania. That's what I was quoting on. I
Okay.
said, the state can't convert my right into a privilege and attach their license and a fee.
Uh-huh.
She goes, well, in this state of South Carolina, you don't have a right. It's a privilege. And I go, no, ma'am, that's not what the Supreme Court ruling was. She goes, well, that ruling don't apply here because this is South Carolina. And I said, you got to be kidding me. She goes, no, that's how South Carolina works. And I go, well, how about Article 6, Clause 2? She goes, no, that doesn't apply here either. I go, the Supremacy Clause don't apply in South Carolina? She said, no. I said, right. But I had to put it on the record because I appealed her. I took her decision to the higher court. But my whole point is, these fools will say some outlandish shit to get you out of their face.
Yeah, they will. The clerks,
Right?
the clerks don't really know what they be. The clerks, they don't know law. I wouldn't even waste my time with them like this. Look, I had one clerk tell me, like when I think I filed a demand of nature and delegation of authority one time in a traffic ticket case or something like that. And the clerk was like, what is this? And I was like, ma'am, look, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, and I'm not trying to be an asshole or nothing like that, but just file it. The judge would know what to do. And she filed it, because they don't really know what the hell. They don't know, man, them folks, they don't be knowing what the hell going on, man. Some of them do, and some of them don't. They just don't be the clerks.
Even if they did, they can't give you advice.
No, they can't. And they
I mean?
yeah, I agree. And they shouldn't be like, we're not going to accept that. Motherfucker, just file this shit. That's all.
You know what you do? You know what you do? They say they don't want to do something, especially filing something. You go downstairs, you go get the sheriff at the door where they do the whole walk through, take off your belt.
Mm-hmm.
You go get with one of them and say, come upstairs with me, and you have them do it in front of her. If she still refuses, you got the sheriff to arrest her because she's not doing her job. That's a felony.
I ain't know that.
I guarantee I did that. Well, I didn't bring I had a new court clerk in the federal district court. I was used to this other lady. She usually just let me file my stuff. She was always nice. Then this young lady was there all of a sudden. And I usually sign all my stuff last, but my date is put up at the top at my header with my case number. And she's like, there's no signature here. And I'm like, excuse me, man. She's like, I'm not filing this, like all like over the top. And I'm like, what do you mean? My signature is right here. She goes, well, that doesn't count because there's no date. And I go, the date's on the top of every page. And she looked at it. She goes, that's not how they do it. And then the lady that usually dealt with me, she came out. She goes, no, he's right. Just go to this. And since then, that lady did not like me. But I was getting ready to be like, you have to, ma'am. I can go get the cops right now and have you arrested if you do not stamp that. And she looked at me like I told her stuff stinks. I was like, no, ma'am, this is your job. You are a court clerk. You do not argue about what the substance is in these things. You make sure the little key elements are there and you keep it pushing. And she did not like that. And when her boss came out and told her, she's like, no, just stamp it. He's pro se. He's not an attorney, ma'am.
They just,
oh.
man.
But yeah, you got to flex on them sometimes. But they're required to stamp.
Okay.
Because what else are you there for? You're not gonna give me legal advice. What are you here for?
They'll tell you they can't give you legal advice quick. They'll tell you that real fast.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're not giving me legal advice, what you gonna look into my eyes and believe? Because what else are you supposed to do other than put that thing in that thing? You understand me, baby?
Yeah, I got you.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'd rather have some good court clerks and I have some rude, just they know who you are, they just don't like you because you're not the everyday thing. You don't follow the attorney. You're not a bar member. Just put it like that. Just keep it 1,000 out. You're not a bar member.
Oh boy.
And that's what every state is going through that right now. Bar members are running the state's political seats. And that's why these laws are getting all funky. These administrative laws getting more power than our rights. And that's what I'm talking about. Our rights paper run. That's what it seems
But
like.
you know, it's like that because people don't know their rights. Like when I go and look at, I started looking at some of those sovereign citizen videos that Yusuf was talking about, and you know, I'm on here and I'm just looking. These people, generally speaking, first off, I want to commend all of these people. I don't care if they went to jail for doing that shit, because it takes courage to do that. Because these people, they're the environment that they place you in is intimidating. Like I've been to court before where I was just so nervous, my heart is pounding, I'm hyperventilating, I'm like this, like I'm just so nervous. I'm pacing myself and shit. But then once I start talking, you know, I calm down a little, and you know, and I'm good. But you know, going into these courts doing this shit, that shit ain't easy. It takes a lot to do that.
That's part of their only upper hand. Did you know that because that right there, what you just explained, makes like 90% of us citizens bow down and just pay the goddamn fee?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna pay that. I ain't about to face that.
Yeah, I ain't finna do it, man. But that's the reason it's like that, is because people are ignorant to the law. They don't know what a person is, man. Like I didn't know what the hell a person was. I didn't know a driver's license was a tax, a marriage license was a tax. I didn't know that these courts were administrative agencies and they filing lawsuits against you in the state's corporate capacity, alleging that you allegedly breached public policy. That's what they're doing. Notice I said policy and not law. That's policy. Yeah, I didn't know none of this shit, man, until I started studying. And then I started going to court trying some of this shit out. I remember one day I went to court. It was for a traffic ticket. It was like a courtroom full of people in here. I didn't file no paperwork. I was ready for this motherfucking judge. I had memorized all this shit, Jose. I was ready, Jose. So he just skipped the arraignment and just went straight to trial, which that's a violation of due process, but I ain't say nothing about it. So they over there, the prosecution over there, he's on direct examination of his witness, which is a police officer. He's asking all these discovery questions and so on and so forth like that. And I don't make any objections. So after that's over with, the judge looks at me and he says, well, sir, this is the part where you can cross-examine the police officer and ask him questions and so on and so forth like that. Now, do you have anything to say? I looked at that damn judge, dead in his face, in his eyes, and I said, yes, I have something to say. And I said, I'm here on a special appearance and so adequately distinguished in legalese from a general appearance, and all questions shall be answered in the form of a demurrer. When he heard me say that, his whole face expression changed, like he's seen a fucking ghost. So, now keep in mind now, there's a lot of people in this courtroom. He wasn't expecting me to say this and expecting me to act like this. And I said, Your Honor, I didn't. And I said, Your Honor, I didn't have to stop for this man. I said, as a matter of fact, you know I didn't have to stop for this man. And I pointed at the judge. I said, because I wasn't driving, I was traveling. And driving and traveling mean two completely different things on the public highways. He says, do you have anything else to say? I think I said, Your Honor, the body corporate state of Alabama arbitrarily and erroneously converted my right into a privilege. Now, since they've done that, in Murdoch versus Pennsylvania clearly states to the contrary that no state may convert a secured liberty into a privilege. And if they do, Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham says I can ignore it by engaging in that right with impunity. There was an attorney sitting in that courtroom. He said, man, that's a good argument. And the judge said, hush. He looks at me and he says, do you have anything else to say? I said, yeah, I motion for a dismissal with prejudice, you know, so on and so forth like that. And before I can finish my sentence, he says, I deny your motion. And before I can get the next sentence of on what grounds out of my mouth, this motherfucker tell me I don't have to tell you why I denied your motion. Now we in district court. There's a court reporter in here, so he's trying to keep his cool, but he can't really keep his cool because all of this shit is going on the record. There's a court reporter in there, and I didn't pay that fine to this day. He never issued. He never issued a warrant either. He never
So
issued a
check
warrant.
this out because I'm going through another one that's like that in the state of South Carolina. I did not know this, but this traffic ticket is over 3 years old. And after I made my little written motions to the court, I thought they was gonna like back off and act like they was gonna forget about it and stay quiet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, recently they tried to move forward, found me guilty on some bench trial without me, of course. But I moved that case up to the higher court on the appeals. Well,
Okay.
anyway, what I found out in this state of South Carolina is one of the only states that does not have a speedy trial right act, which means, this is crazy, which means they can have a case on you and they don't have to move forward for nothing until you put a motion in for your speedy trial.
Yeah, all of them do that. Because I was gonna say it doesn't matter if there's an act for it or not, as long as you motion for like the acts are they are inferior to the Constitution, so it's irrelevant. You can bring motions, you can bring a due process violation motion even without a rule if they violate due process, as long as there's a case law to support it, some shit like that. You don't need
This is where the South is different from the West Coast. In the West Coast, it's already, I know at least in the state of Washington, and I believe in California, they got 60 days. There ain't no question. 60 days they can try. If they don't take you to trial 60 days, guess what? Now you put a motion to dismiss for the speed trial.
Okay.
Speed trial right. Every state got a speed trial right at, except South Carolina.
Okay. So they must got a
Yeah,
it must be
I
judged
don't
under
know about it.
it must be judged under the common law then. But look, Jose, I got more people on the line, man. I hate to cut you off. Like that. Let me take. Yeah, same to you, man. Good. Huh?
And do more on that ad valorem tax and
The fee simple.
Fee simple absolute stuff.
Okay. All right, I got you. Appreciate it, man.
All right, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, caller 1233. You on the line? What's going on?
What up, big dog?
What's good, man? How you doing?
Good. I have a question regarding past convictions. If you are aware of a way to basically go back and get those like thrown out or overturned or vacate the judgment or whatever.
Is it a void judgment?
Knowing that like, yeah, how would I know?
Did they have jurisdiction to enter the judgment?
I mean, assuming I gave them the jurisdiction, by not knowing anything, because the three that I'm talking about is the first one was a false information charge, the second one was a DUI, and the third one is obstructing government operations, all misdemeanors.
I would say if they didn't have any evidence to convict you, I would say that's a due process violation unless you pleaded guilty to it. Then I don't think you could reverse, in other words, vacate the judgment if you pled guilty to it, unless you pled guilty under duress or some shit like that. But go ahead and if you don't mind, you can just go ahead and try to give me some facts to it. The facts of your case without telling me too much of your personal information, and I'll see if I can answer your question for you.
Okay. Well then, based upon what you said so far, it seems like with the DUI one, I probably can't do anything with because I basically told them, like, I just admit, so I was just like, yeah, I had some drinks, blah, blah. But for the other two, so for the false information one, that one was stupid. I had gotten in a car accident
you continue to say that you're the driver, then I'm going to charge you with the false information charge because I believe that this lady has no reason to lie. She's an older lady.
That
And I was
don't,
just like,
that,
well,
that
I
don't
don't know
mean
how to tell
shit.
you.
He not no witness. It don't matter what. I mean, he's allowed to use, his judgment, but that don't make him right. How long ago was this?
Right, yeah. Back in 2016.
2016. Damn, this you done waited too long. Well, I ain't gonna say you waited too long because if they never had jurisdiction or if they violated due process, something like that, or they didn't have the facts to support the conviction, you should be able to overturn that unless you pled guilty to it or something like that. But I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead and finish your story.
So basically, yeah, the female officer just gave me a false information charge, and I was just like, well, she actually cited me for that, and I was just like, I was like, how are you even gonna give me that? I was like, if anything, she's probably just trying to deter the blame because not only was she at fault for accident, but she doesn't even have like she doesn't have a driver's license. Her no insurance, and she's in a rental vehicle. Like she has all these other things going on. I was like, I don't know. She's no lady, probably just out of her head. She ran the stop sign to begin with. I don't know why she think I wasn't the driver, but
She probably had dementia or something like that. She probably was suffering from some type of memory loss or something. Because you said she was old or something like that. That police officer, he I don't know who he's just slow. Cause ain't nowhere in hell. Where did this happen at? What state was this? What state was this?
In my opinion, I just kind of felt that the officer didn't really like. I don't want to say it's because of like my skin color, but I kind of just felt like it was that way. Because it was over in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
And it just seemed like, a white person helping out another white person in that scenario. That's just the way that like her demeanor and everything kind of came off. But yeah. So I mean, I'm from over here in Arizona. I was just traveling over there. But anyways, I tried to basically represent myself, not knowing anything, and basically just came in like I was the driver, and that's really it. And then that day, the officer came in, and the old lady came in, and then I guess her granddaughter, she was probably like maybe 10 years old or something like that, and then they all just stood up and said that I wasn't the driver. And so the judge was just like, well, because it's 3 versus 1, giving this basically pleading that you were not the driver. It just seems like you're guilty. So.
I see what you're saying. So they charge you with false reporting or false information. What did they charge you with?
Yeah, providing false information.
Colorado. I was going to ask you what statute that was. I was going to read you the elements that they needed to have to convict you. But who were these so-called witnesses?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact statute.
Okay, who were the so-called witnesses?
Well, the witness it was basically just the old lady that was driving and her granddaughter that was in the passenger seat, and then the police officer just saying, basically going up there to say that like, yeah, I believe he was the driver.
Yeah,
I believe he wasn't the driver.
Yeah, well, he can't he can't testify. So his testimony, it was inadmissible. He's not a witness. Only witnesses who have firsthand personal knowledge can testify. If they don't see it, if they don't have firsthand personal knowledge, and everything they say is hearsay. I don't give a damn who it is. Only witnesses can testify. And how old was this granddaughter of hers? She probably was a minor or something. So whatever she was saying probably wasn't inadmissible. But I don't really know. But what was I think you said there were 3 of them. Give me the last one. Not the name, but the last.
I meant by 3, including the officer. So basically, not including the
No, I was saying, I think you had 3
they-
charges or something like that. Did you say you had 3 charges that you were convicted?
Oh, no, almost, yeah, but those were in separate cases. They're all separate. So that false information was one incident. The DUI was the second incident, and then the obstructing government operations was another incident. And in that scenario, the obstructing government operations, basically it was a Halloween party. The police responded to a fight out in the middle of the street, and since we were the only house in the neighborhood that was having like a party, they just came knocking on our door asking if we had anything to do with it, and they started like putting my cousins in handcuffs because I think like one of them touched the officer or something like that, like grabbed his wrist, and then he tried coming back up to just walk into the house, but I was just like standing in front of the door, and he was just like, move, I'm gonna go inside, and I was like, would you even get permission to come in? Like, I'm pretty sure none of us want you to just walk in here. And then he just started pushing me. He was like, move, and then to catch my balance, I throw my hands up against the wall, because it's kind of like a hallway. The entrance is just like a small hallway, small hallway. So to catch my balance, naturally, you're just gonna put your hands up to stabilize yourself, and then he just pushes me back even harder, and after that, like his buddy started coming in to just like grab me and put me in handcuffs, and at first, like also my family was coming around too, and at one point, somebody grabbed my wrist. I didn't know who it was. Thought maybe it was like the family or something. He was just trying to calm me down, but without even looking, naturally, I just grabbed the wrist, took it off, and that was it. But so based upon that, the officer was just, threatening. He was like, well, I could charge you for assaulting a police officer, but what I'll do for you is I'm just gonna cite you for obstructing government operations since you were preventing me from entering the home.
Yeah, that ain't obstructing. That's not obstructing government operations. Whose house was it?
It was my cousin's house.
Your cousin's house. I still wouldn't say that that's obstructing government operations, because you can't just walk in no damn body house. He actually assaulted you. He like anytime they touch you, that's what he did. He actually assaulted and battered you. Well, I would say battery, not assault, but anytime they touch you unlawfully without your permission in a rude or aggressive manner, I don't care if I don't care if they don't punch you. Like when he pushed you, that's battery, because he had no lawful purpose for doing that. That's battery. So, how long ago was that?
That one, I believe, it was October 2019. It was October 2020.
2020.
I may be pretty sure it's 2019.
I mean, you can fight it if you want. Me personally, I wouldn't. I would just accept it for right now. But from now on forward, I wouldn't take anything else from these people. I would, generally speaking, just passively do what they say, because I don't want you to get hurt or anything like that. Because these people, they think that their word is the law. They think they can do whatever the hell they want to do, and they can't do that. So I want, like I said, I don't want you to get hurt or anything like that. But just passively, tell them that you don't comply, and so on and so forth. Shit like that. Just little shit like that.
Right.
Let me see.
And see, like I don't really care, that it's on my rap sheet. It's just now at this point I care in the sense of, like, because I've learned about, the true nature of like the courts and the jurisdictions and the different things that they've been doing. And I found there's an opportunity to just like, oh, maybe there might be an opportunity where I can get this removed off of my record. And that just goes for the care of, like, because I'm going to go into the military, I'd rather it just be able to be like, oh, we'll see, like, yeah, I got this stuff removed because it was not supposed to be there. So
Yeah, well, another way to do that, I mean, you can just expunge that because all those are misdemeanors. I would say I'm 100% sure that you can expunge those misdemeanors. You would have to do it in an administrative proceeding though, meaning you would have to file a petition with a local court, probably a circuit court or a district court, something like that, and probably pay a filing fee, so on and so forth like that. But yeah, you can get that shit expunged off of your record. You can do
Right,
that.
right.
That's what I'm getting ready to do because, like I said earlier, I didn't always know what I was doing. I've lost a lot of cases, so this stuff is trial and error. But like now, I haven't. It's been a while since I lost the case now. But then again, it's been a while since I've been to court. I just beat 3 traffic tickets a few months ago. But anyway, all of the previous charges that I was convicted of, I'm doing community service on those right now because I'm not giving the ass a dime now because I know that I was innocent. I know that I was innocent of pretty much every damn thing that they charged me with, but I don't feel like fighting it anymore. So what I was gonna do was I'm gonna just finish my community service. If I go to community service maybe once a week or something like that, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna file a petition for expungement in the circuit court, and I'm just gonna get all that shit expunged off of my off of the record, and then I'm just gonna start over clean from there. That's what I'm gonna do. I would advise you to do that if that's something that you would like off of your record. If not, then it's just misdemeanors. It's not really that serious. But just to let y'all know, anytime they violate due process, they lose jurisdiction to prosecute the case. They can't convict you without facts unless you plead guilty to it or something like that. Someone says, "Is there a way to delete your?" I'll answer that question later. But yeah. So I mean that's just what I would recommend. I would recommend you also just read the rules of procedure for the state, whether it be wherever the state that you're in, read the civil rules of procedure and the criminal rules of procedure, and read cases regarding the particular statutes that they're alleging people violate or something like that. Because when you read those cases, they're going to tell you what your rights are. That's how, like, based on what you just told me, when you said that police officer pushed you or whatever, I know off the top of my head that that's battery because he had no lawful purpose for doing that. If he had a lawful purpose for doing that, he would have taken you to jail.
Right.
So in other words,
So
he had no
I mean,
reasonable
at the end of the
suspicion
day,
or probable
like-
cause. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, at the end of the day, like even if you were to basically agree to whatever, let's just say they give you a guilty verdict and they're like, oh, you pay this fine or the community service or whatever. So you sign to agree to that. Essentially, that's just like a contract, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And also you are admitting all of the elements of the offense that that they're charging you with, even if they don't have it. You just admitting that you did it.
Right. So I'm just like kind of learning too about like the whole contract space and like, there's certain elements of a contract that need to be present in order for it to be valid.
Yeah, offer.
Invalid. So do you think that that's like a point that you could come in to, hey man, this is a voidable contract because maybe there's no meeting of the mind or.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can void a contract for fraud. A marriage is a contract. So let's say if you get married to a woman and she doesn't disclose to you that she can't have children, or that she doesn't, she doesn't want to have sex or whatever, you can nullify marriage for that. You can nullify that marriage contract for that. That's fraud. Because I'm quite sure if she would have told you that, that she didn't want kids or she wasn't going to have sex with you, that you probably wouldn't have entered into a marriage contract with her. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
27.
27. Okay, you young. Just keep reading, man. That's all you got to do. Just keep reading, keep reading, keep reading, keep reading. It's not hard. I promise you, it's not hard. This stuff is easy, man, and you can do this stuff. You can do it. I know what the definition. I know when I'm lawfully arrested based off what happens the night at the scene. I know if I'm lawfully detained based off what happens on the night that I'm detained, based off the facts of the case. I know what they can do and I know what they can't do because I read cases.
Plays into whether the officer was acting reasonable or not.
Exactly. Whether reasonable means lawful, unreasonable means unlawful. In reference to the Fourth Amendment, that's all it means.
Right.
Unlawful means it can never be made legal. Lawful means it can be made legal, even if it's lawful and it hasn't been made legal, it's still lawful for you to do. Meaning you don't need permission, you don't need their authorization for you to do it because it's lawful.
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, that's all it means. If it's unlawful, it can never, ever, ever be made legal. If it's lawful, it can be made legal. That's all it means, man.
Right, okay. All right, man. Thank you for your time, man. Thanks for answering my questions.
No problem. Good luck to you, man. Thank you for calling. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have about 2 minutes left on Blog Talk Radio. So I wouldn't advise anybody to call in. Sorry about that, y'all. I did 2 hours. I'll stay a little longer tonight doing live Q&A, but I mean I won't be able to take any phone calls. Y'all can just post your questions in the chat and we can just do it like that if y'all want to. Uriah, you say, is there a way to delete your DMV record? I don't know, Uriah. I've never really even looked into it. It probably is. I really don't know. Because like I said, I've never really looked into it. But to give you a reasonable
90
answer,
seconds.
sorry about that, to give you a reasonable answer based on just common sense, I kind of think it is, to be honest with you, but not certain. Where are you? What state, Uriah? What state? And I might be able to just look it up and see. You probably can though. So we got about 90 seconds left.
60 seconds.
Well, 60 seconds left. Are any of those videos helping y'all? Out of all of my videos that y'all have seen, that y'all have watched, what video, what types of videos that y'all want me to make more of? And I guess give you some more commentary on it. Let's see, wham, bam, 600. How do I start the secured party process? I don't really study the secured party process. Wham, bam, I want to, but it's on my list. I've studied it a little. It is on my list.
10 seconds.
All right, let me go ahead and end the. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and end the radio show on Blog Talk Radio.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Okay. Back to what I was gonna say. Kansas. Okay. Let me see. Let me check right now, Ms. Rowe. Rowe, is it Uriah Rowe? Kansas. I'm looking right now just to let you know. That's why I'm quiet and I'm looking at my computer. Um, all right, let me ask you this. When you say delete, do you mean just permanently delete your driving record as if it never was there? Is that what you're saying? I don't really. I don't. Let me see. I don't really see anything online right now that explains to you how to, delete your driving record. I'm really not sure what you mean by that. Okay. All right. So to everybody that's watching, do y'all have any more questions? What do y'all want to know? Um, I've done divorce cases before. I'm about to file a petition in the circuit court down here once I finish my community service. I'm going to expunge my record. I've never done an expungement before, but I'm 100% sure I can do it. Okay. Ro, I really don't know. I really don't know. I kind of think that they would, you know, the state, they would kind of like to keep that information on file. It's like when you go to jail and they steal your fingerprints, and your pictures and your mugshot and all that stuff. The only way that I think that you would be able to delete that from the system, and I wouldn't even say that they would actually get rid of it. They might just tell you they got rid of it, but they actually never did. I would say that if they got those your fingerprints or pictures of you in an unlawful manner, if they got it unlawfully from you, then yeah, I would see that they could probably do it then. Discharge it. Discharge what, SG? Well, I'm getting hungry, y'all. I'm gonna give me something to eat. I'm getting tired too. What do you mean discharge, SG? Discharge what? Man, y'all are not asking the questions that I want y'all to ask. Like I really want y'all to understand this 42 section 1983 lawsuit stuff. But nobody right now, they're not asking me questions about it. And it's really easy, y'all. It's really easy. All of it works the same way. On the criminal side and civil side, it works the same way. Even if you paid the fine for the driving issues. SG, are you talking about I guess discharging his motor vehicle? That kind of really doesn't make sense to me. Not saying you're wrong, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I see what you're saying. It was paid with debt, so it stays on your record until you actually discharge it. Maybe, maybe that sounds believable. I mean, I don't know it, for sure, but it sounds believable. Gotcha. It sounds believable to me because there is no money. Everything is a negotiable instrument. I remember when I got my settlement check, which is a negotiable instrument. When I got my settlement check and I took it to my bank to quote unquote cash it or whatever, I just gave her, the negotiable instrument, which was the check, and she's standing in front of me on a computer doing this shit right here. And somehow miraculously, the money was in my account. Okay, now that you put it like that, bro, it might be a way. It might be a way. I can't say none of this stuff is. I can't say none of this stuff isn't real, or if it's not, if it's not real, because I really don't know. Some of this stuff I've never done before, and I'm quite sure, like, it doesn't always work the same way. Like, for example, if you try to, let's say you discharging cases in Georgia or whatever, and then you come to Florida and you want to discharge your case there using the same process. The judge might be an asshole, might not want you to know that you're right about, all this stuff, and it might not, and you discharging that case might not work, or so to speak. And so it's still on your record there, because they just do whatever the hell they want to. So you got some judges that are good. They're gonna actually, so-called judges, but they're gonna actually do what they're supposed to do once you present them with the necessary documents, and this document has all of the elements that it needs, for them to do what they're gonna do. Okay, JD. Y'all are not crazy. You are not crazy. All these people have bonds. They made all this shit up. I'm still trying to figure some of this stuff out, but I'm just slowly. It's like, based off the cases that I've read, I slowly start to connect the dots to some of this stuff. Like, for example, this whole territory thing, because there's a fictional aspect to it, like jurisdiction. There's a fictional aspect to jurisdiction, and then there's it's like a non-fictional aspect to it, and territory. And then they're always changing these damn words up, and there's so many definitions to the meaning of one damn word. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome, bro. JD, yeah, put it in a trust. Put it in a trust. What was it? I don't even think it has to be in a irrevocable trust. You just put it in a trust because it's not in your name anymore, so it doesn't technically belong to you anymore. See what I'm saying? Put it in a trust. And sell it all to the trust. Create your trust. You're the settler, and also make yourself the beneficiary, and also make other beneficiaries of that trust. And you also get to make the rules of the trust. You say it is, but the court still is. I don't see how. So you put it in a trust. So you must have willingly went down to the courthouse, or somebody filed something against you to try to get this property from you or something like that. You said the court is still ruling on it. Okay. Okay, so you put your property in a trust. Writ of possession. Who filed the writ of possession? Watch. That partition. Petition? Looks like somebody petitioned for a writ of possession. Is that what you're saying? Somebody filed a petition for a writ of possession? Court receiver filed it. What are you trying to probate something or something like that? partner filed a petition action on a property I have interest in. Hmm. Thank you for it is, but the court is still ruling on it. Somebody filed a writ of possession. Okay. What was your argument in regards to this? I don't want you to type all that, man. I wish you would have called in. We probably could have, exchanged it to some dialogue like that. The court appointed a receiver to sell property. Something don't sound right with that. That sounds like that shit is probated. That don't sound like no trust to me. It sounds like somebody is probating a will or something like that. That's what it sounds like to me. Did your partner, did he file a bond in the case? Did they file a bond in the case as insurance? And just in case you get damaged, just in case this is a frivolous lawsuit that was filed? That's what it is, a lawsuit. Nah, I think they have to file a bond. What state is that in? They didn't file no bond. They shouldn't even be allowed to do that if they didn't file a bond. I'm getting hungry. Okay, you filed the bond. So on 42, you can sue an individual or group under conspiracy. Yeah, you can, SG, but you have to complete conspiracy very detailed, and it's kind of hard to prove it. I've never really done it, but I've just read cases on it. It's I would say it's a little difficult to do. It says, can you sue multiple officers and a department city in one suit if the offenses occurred on different dates by different cops? What department are you trying to sue, SG? It says you're in Cali. JD, let me see. You said this is called a property petition action, California. Let me see something. We reject the argument which in essence pleads a failure to understand the statutory framework of international law and ignorance of the importance of the stipulation. JD, I would have to study that some more, man. I would have to study that some more. Let me see. I filed an injunction and dismissed the case. They want to order me to vacate as I live on property. So you're saying that they want to order you to vacate the property? Is that it? I filed a bond, California. Just don't stop ringing. Sorry about that, y'all. JD, you're gonna either have to catch me doing a live Q&A like this, or you're gonna have to book a private consultation. The Q&As are free. The problem is because I don't really study most of these states' laws, well, not laws, but policy or whatever. It's kind of it takes a while for me to get you an answer that you need. I'm 100% sure that I can find you the answers that you need, but it would take a while because I would have to read cases and do legal research to try to get you these answers. Let's see. Police department. You can't sue the police department under 42 section 1983 SG. Had no registration, cases dismissed twice, and they pulled me over again for the same thing. The department isn't educating the officers. Yeah, you need to sue them. You need to sue them ASAP. JD, I charge $25 per half hour and $50 an hour. But this is what I'll do. If you need to book me for a lot of your time or something like that, and I try to do like a discount or something like that, because I really don't really do this for the money, but I do want to be compensated for my time and my energy that I do this research. I am working on a federal lawsuit for somebody right now, though, JD, just to let you know. And I don't want to take on more than I can handle at this point. And I don't want you waiting, like, cause you like I might, like, you might hear from me, but the text messages that I'll send you, they'll be short because I'm just busy. You know, I don't want you to think that I just took your money and ran or something like that. But I just be busy, you know. I run a business here. I do these lives, and I do other stuff on the side too. Can you recommend anyone? I don't really know anybody right now off the top of my head. Yusuf might be able to help you. I really don't know. Yusuf told me, well, he tells everybody that he's not a litigator. I'm a litigator. I litigate. So I really don't know. I can't really think of anybody right now. I'm sorry. Not right now. I can't really think of anybody. Let me go back to your question, SG. Can you sue multiple? If I was you, SG, I wouldn't even do a conspiracy lawsuit against them. I would just do a regular 42 section 1983 Fourth Amendment lawsuit. Like, I wouldn't do no conspiracy. Can you sue multiple officers? Yeah, you can sue multiple officers and the city in one lawsuit. Yes, you can. If the offenses occurred on different dates by different cops, yes, you can. You just need to allege it in your complaint. Yeah, you can. Yes, you. That's correct, JD. I can't really help right now. I have the lawsuit that I'm working on with one guy. Like, this guy, he has, I kid you not, he has like probably almost 30 defendants. I'm not bullshitting you. Like, he almost has that many defendants, and his defendants are in New York, and he is in another state. He's not in New York. So this is a diversity jurisdiction lawsuit that I'm litigating in federal court for him. And it's gonna take some time. It's easy, but it's gonna take some time. The reason is because, like, once I finish drafting his complaint and I file it, whether they file a motion to dismiss or answer it, they're gonna be like, it's gonna possibly be 20 different answers of 20 different motions to dismiss, and I'm gonna have to answer each and every one of these documents. You see what I'm saying? You're welcome, RJ. Sorry about that, but yeah, it's complex. It's easy, but it's somewhat complex. I'm getting hungry. You need to sue them, SG. That's what you need. You need to just go on sue them, man. You need to sue them. Thank you, JD. Good luck to you too as well, man. Yeah, you need to sue them, JD. I mean, SG. Go on sue them, man. Excuse me. SG, how long ago was that, by the way? Working on it. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Mr. Martin, I can pretty much, if I had the time, I can pretty much draft any type of document for almost any state. It doesn't matter because all of this stuff is the same, y'all. I mean, the rules and the codes, they might just look a little different, but all of it is just generally the same. The law, the policy is different in certain states, different states, but overall, it's pretty much the same. The last cop was the first one to listen to me explain right to travel. Go on, sue them, man. You gotta sue these people. They not gonna stop, man. They just not gonna stop, y'all. No, I do civil and criminal. Civil and criminal. I've done divorce cases. Now, when I say I've done divorce cases, I didn't do it to where there was property or kids involved. I didn't have time for that shit. Plus, that it would have cost more anyway. Civil, I've done 42 Section 1983 lawsuits, civil rights lawsuits. I've done those. I've won one. I can sue in state court, civil actions in state court. What else? I mean, I've drafted a writ of certiorari before. I can draft any type of writ, any type of appeal. It doesn't matter what it is. All of this stuff is easy, man. It's all easy. That was 2 nights ago. The other two happened last November and January. Okay, well, you have time. You have plenty of time to sue them, SG. You got plenty of time. Yeah, they got to get you somehow. I'm getting ready to sue a police officer in state court down here because I ran out of time to sue him in federal court. So, excuse me, because it's been over 2 years, so I ran out of time to sue him in federal court. But I can sue him. I have 6 years to sue him in state court. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue him in there. I've already drafted the document. I gotta find it because I can't even find it no damn well. See, how long have I been live? Probably almost 2 hours and 30 minutes. What do you need help with, Martin? Richard, what do you need help with? The reason why they just ask you, the reason why, like, if they just stop you and they don't give you a citation or anything like that, you can sue them for that. You might not get a lot, but you might get a couple $1,000s for that. Tell them. But that's the reason why they always cite people for stuff like that. Okay, you do consumer law. Okay, that's good. Let me ask you something, Mr. Richard. Because I've seen videos, and I want to study it, but I really just don't have the time. Not right now. But I've seen videos that say that down payments are unlawful, like that you're not required to put down a down payment on a car. What do you think about that? On a scale of 1 to 10, how true is it? Man, I wouldn't even give his ass a notice to sue. I wouldn't give his ass a notice. I just sue him. Truth in Lending Act. Oh, so you're saying a down payment is not? Oh wow, Truth in Lending Act. How long have you been studying consumer law, Richard? God damn, 21 years? Shit. We're gonna have to get you on the show, man. How much would you charge me for a show? I'm gonna see if you know what you're talking about. 21 years. That's a long time. You probably don't even need to read cases on this shit no more. You just know it verbatim because you studied it that long. It's fun. Damn, 20. Do you have any information you can send me? I'll buy it if I have to. If you have, I want to see that. And if that's the case, can I go and get my down payment back? Like if we put a down payment on anything, can we go and get it back? It must have something to do with the fact that there's no money. You have between 3 days to 3 years. Yep. So the truth and limit. I know one thing. The thing that you sign, stating that you're gonna make these payments or whatever, that's a promissory note, and that has value. It's actually money, so to speak. It's just not monetized, if I'm not mistaken. It's a negotiable instrument. We'll have to get you on the. I'm gonna have to talk to you. Let me see. So you're saying that you do have some stuff that I can read. You said your signature gives the value in the negotiable instrument. Yep, I agree with that. So you're saying that you have some stuff that I can read because I want to see this shit, man. Because if that's the case, I'm going to get some down payments back. I might sue them for fraud too, because they know if that's the case. I agree with that. So if that's the case, then they double dipping then like the banks, right? They're double dipping because they've already charged your account, your person's account. They've already charged that account. Give me an email. Like I said, they've already charged the account. So it seems like since they've already charged the account, they've got the money of it. They've gotten the money of account. Now they're asking for money of exchange, which is the paper. I'm gonna give you the email address right now. And if it's okay with you, we can swap information, whatever. Because I have an ebook that teaches you how to sue the police. I have a bunch of stuff. I'll give you that ebook free if you can give me that information. That's if you want the ebook. If you don't want it, then I'm not going to give it to you. I'll just pay for the information. If provided that I can afford it, I'll just pay for the information because I need to see that. I'll read it. My ebook is 27 pages. It's short and straight to the point. It's man, look, that 42 section 1983 lawsuit shit is so fucking easy, y'all. I'm not joking. If once you do that, you're gonna be able, it's gonna become so clear to you. Like, for example, if you file a 42 section 1983 lawsuit against a police officer and you say this police officer unlawfully arrested you, but you don't have the facts to show how you reached that conclusion in your complaint, what the police officer attorney is going to do is he's going to file a Rule 12b-6 motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted. That's what he's going to do. When you go to court, because this police officer filed so-called criminal charges against you, and they do this all the time. They file these charges against your person, in a conclusory manner, not factual manner. And when they do that, they violate due process, just like you violate due process when you do it to them on the civil side. I feel this consumer law. I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to check that out, Rich, because this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna draft up a document. I'm going to show them the so-called law that tells them that that they're not authorized, to charge me for a down payment, or so to speak, when I apply for this loan with y'all. That's fraud. Anyway, back to what I was saying about that civil lawsuit. All of this stuff works the same way. You have to the same way that they have to give you the facts on which they are basing these criminal charges, the so-called criminal charges against you. You have to give them those same facts on the civil side when you're suing them for violating your rights. If it doesn't matter if it's on the criminal side or the civil side. When either one of you do not do that, you violate due process. Violate due process. The only thing they are doing is trying to collect from the consumer's signature. It's done through controversy. Okay. I posted my email. Let me know if you got it, Mr. Richard. Consumer, I got to look into that, man. I got to look into that. So you telling me that you don't even have to do it? It sounds like, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just making reasonable conclusions based off what you're telling me, Mr. Richard. Do you not even have to do a credit check in order to get a car that you want? Because I don't see the Truth in Lending Act being relevant at all to a credit report. You go to these what do they call them? These are financial institutions, because you're depositing a promissory note. If I'm not mistaken, this shit is starting to make sense to me now. What Yusuf was talking about, when you go and look at, I'm not sure which federal code it is, but I think it's Title 15 or 28 or something like that. There's a laundry list for the definition of what a financial institution is. That's what it seems like. A laundry list is just a list that is long. It's just a long list of items, or whatever you want to call it. That's what it seems like. So I don't see the Truth in Lending Act. Let me see. The credit score determines the grade of the instrument to be traded. That makes sense. I've never heard of that before, but it kind of makes sense to me. So you're saying that you do have to do a credit report in order for them to so-called extend the credit to you, because they're really not extending credit to you, because they're not the creditor. You're the creditor. We are the creditor. So they're not extending credit to you. The credit check is to get into the... So basically you're saying the credit check is to authorize them to get the credits from the account. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I want y'all, like, you see how I'm not looking at nothing, Mr. Richard. All of this shit is off the top of my head, because I've done so much research, and I just came up with that shit off the top of my head. So it seems like that everybody watching this video is not crazy. Watching this, like, you're not crazy. Because these folks, they like to call you crazy, man. Okay, you say we make them the creditor. how do we do it? You say when you say we make them the creditor, do we some type like is it like we're changing from the creditor to the debtor? I guess we're changing our capacities or something like that. I'm trying to figure out how to put this into words. There's a case study saying banks can't loan money. All parties to a closing are considered financial institutions. Okay, so some people don't know what I'm talking about. It says scriptures calls us lenders. This goes back to I think this goes to something about what Yusuf was saying when he was like, I think the Jews or somebody was like that the gold is wasting away in the pockets of the people or whatever, something like that. And so they came up with a way to use something else as a tool to substitute gold and silver because they weren't really using it or anywhere or something like that. So they came up with the negotiable instruments. And the United States adopted the currency of who was that? I'm sorry, they adopted negotiable instruments as I guess money or so to speak. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little off topic here because I would need to study that some more. I don't want to misrepresent anything to nobody who says gold can't waste away. Well, I agree with that too, but my contention is this: like, these people they don't decide, what we use as money. Like for example, the email with the ebook that I'm going to send you, it has value, and the information that you're going to send me, Mr. Mr. Richard, it has value, and we're both essentially trading something of value for value because we both believe each of this information is valuable or whatever. So it seems like money is whatever we agree that has value. They can't. What I'm trying to get y'all to understand is they don't determine what you or I say is money. For one, they're not sovereign, so they can't do that any damn way. We determine what has value to us or not. The Treasury authorized payments to us, but we sign that over to the lender. By not reading what we signed, Gene Keating explained this when Yusuf interviewed him. This is interesting. It's real interesting. So the credit check. Okay. So all right, Mr. Richard, let me ask you this. So let's say you have bad credit. Once they check your credit, would you still be allowed to get the car even if you have bad credit because you've already authorized them to deduct the credits from your account, so to speak? And I don't see how they wouldn't be required, to give you the car in good conscience because equity. I mean, that's pretty much equity right there. It seems like there's some type of equity due there because they've already got the credits from the account. It's an adverse action to demand. If you don't claim it, they do. Okay, Mr. Jackson or still Ms. Jackson. So anytime you take a negotiable instrument to the bank, Let me see something. I've read cases to where they say when you deposit money into the bank, you're transferring legal ownership over it from you to the bank or something like that. Legal title to it or something like that. But let's say you did claim the instrument prior to depositing such instrument into the bank. Would you then still retain legal ownership over the instrument? In adverse action. Let me go and see what an adverse action is. Hold on. This is why I need to study negotiable instruments. Adverse action. Okay, you say it's an adverse action. It says an adverse action, but this is an adverse action notice. Let me see what an adverse action means. Hold on. Okay, an adverse action is defined in the Equal Credit Opportunity Act and FCRA to include a denial or revocation of credit, a refusal to grant credit in the amount or terms requested, a negative change in account terms in connection with an unfavorable review of consumers' accounts. How are they going to revoke? Like, who's revoking whose credit, though? It's not making sense to me. Ask again. What's an adverse action? I'm trying to understand an adverse action. This is for, like, there are no right or wrong answers here, y'all. We just engaging in dialogue, and we just freestyling off the top of our heads. We're just exchanging information. This is how you learn. You learn by fucking up, getting the answers wrong, and you learn from people who've already done the research as well. Okay, to do something against someone. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay. Okay, that needs to be on my list too, man. For real. That needs to be on my list too. If y'all like, for those of y'all who watch my videos, do any of my videos really help y'all? Because if they're not, if they don't help y'all, I need to know. When you sponsor, they credit you. Can't be denied since they stole the funds. When you sponsor, hold on, what do you mean, Mr. Richard? Okay, when you sponsor, it seems like, so you're saying when you sponsor the credit, you can't be denied since they stole the funds. Is that what you're trying to say, Mr. Richard? Yeah, I would think equity would attach somewhere in there. Yes, it's a billing error and fraud. It's all equity. Okay, so let me ask you this, Mr. Richard. I've studied equity a little, okay? So equity, I see equity as like principles over contract law, something like that. Fairness, okay. So so I'm kind of in the right. Area. So it's fairness. Okay, so would it be a reasonable conclusion for me to conclude that equity is generally applicable to all forms of contracts? Would that be a reasonable conclusion for me? Everything. Okay. So when you say everything, you mean everything, not just including contracts. You mean like everything, for as like criminal. You know what? You damn sure right. Criminal cases. You damn sure right, because let's say if you get a summons, if you get a court order 30 days after you were supposed to respond to it, and if the delay was due to no fault of your own, they have to let you proceed with your with answering with filing a response is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I see what you're saying now. I've had that happen to me before. Okay, it's how you endorse the instrument. In any financial institution that uses the Social Security number has the fiduciary obligation to deal a Federal Reserve rep per the Federal Reserve Act. Let me see, instrument. And any financial institution that uses the Social Security number has a fiduciary obligation to deal. What do you mean to deal Federal Reserve rep per the Federal Reserve Act? Everything is a contract. You're right about that, Richard. It seems like it. These are contracts. These are contracts that are invisible. These are implied contracts. Most of the contracts are implied contracts, Mr. Richard. Like when you go into a store, it's just an automatic presumption that you're gonna pay for it. You picking it up off the shelf, you put it in the basket, you know it's not free, so you're gonna pay for it. The judge is in a direct contact with the Treasury. The note is collateral security. They didn't take the gold, but just refine what they call the new gold in the Federal Reserve Act. So somebody has the gold. They the shit. Somebody got it. See what time it is. I need to study that stuff some more, man. Y'all know, if I had the time, I can just make books for y'all. Just make books, because I know how to do the research. All that stuff is easy. Okay, let me give you my email again, Mr. Richard. I'm posting my email again right now. Okay, when you send me the book, I'll send you my book. That way I'll get your email address like that. I remember I got something from a debt collector, right? I'm gonna read y'all this notice. I got something from a debt collector. I'm gonna see if I can find it. And when I gave it, this is one. It's like one paragraph, and it's not even a page long. I never heard from these people again, y'all. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Here it is, right here. I'm gonna start sending this off. Yeah, I'm well, no, it's two paragraphs. I sent this shit to these people, y'all. I have not heard nothing else from these people, y'all. I mean, nothing. So this shit has to be real, because I didn't hear nothing else from these people. I'm gonna read y'all this right quick. It says alleged third-party debt collector, and it has their name and the address. Good morning, Kane and Warner, or Wiener. I think that's Wiener. Kane and Wiener, hereinafter alleged third-party debt collector, or ATD ATPDC. I am responding to your letter about collecting an alleged debt. Heretofore, ATPTDC contacted me via email around October 2022, alleging in a conclusory manner that the undersigned owes ADPTC a debt. The undersigned does not have any responsibility for the alleged debt. However, if ATPDC has a reasonable belief that the undersigned is responsible for the alleged debt, please mail the undersigned the necessary documents that support and substantiate, y'all, I went in on their ass, that support and substantiates ATPTDC's contention, and a bona fide affidavit of a fact witness showing said witness can testify as to the veracity of said document, as to said documents and said affidavit. To the extent third-party debt collector intends to report the alleged debt to a credit bureau, the undersigned respectfully requests the third-party debt collector to indicate that it is disputed. To the extent the third-party debt collector has already reported the alleged debt to a credit bureau, the undersigned respectfully demands such and such withdraw said report forthwith until the necessary sought documents and affidavit are adduced to the undersigned. The alleged third-party debt collector is hereby notified its failure to comply with said withdrawal shall be construed as alleged third-party debt collector is prepared to litigate. Oh boy. Moreover, until the necessary sought documents and affidavit are adduced, the alleged third-party debt collector is hereby notified to cease all variations of communication with the undersigned and record that the undersigned disputes having any responsibility for the alleged debt forthwith. If the alleged third-party debt collector stops its collection of this alleged debt, and forward or returns same to another company, the undersigned respectfully requests the alleged third-party debt collector to indicate that it is disputed. It's 2 paragraphs. Y'all know I ain't heard nothing else from these people. I ain't heard. Look, I filed this almost 6 months ago, and I ain't heard nothing else from these people, y'all. That's good enough on that letter. They will never have a fact. They sure won't. You need personal, in order for them to have that affidavit, they have to have personal knowledge. It's just like when you go to court. You can't testify if you don't have personal knowledge. That's right. Hearsay. Can't testify. And that's what they're doing. They saying, this is an attempt to collect a debt. All information will be used for that purposes. If we don't hear from you in such and such time, we're going to assume or presume that this debt is valid. Thank you for for sending me that the book, Richard. Did you write that book, Richard? Is that yours? The information that you're going to send me? Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It says you sent it. Okay. Let me go ahead and send you my ebook right now. Since I'm live, I'm about to check my email right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you. I think I've been live for probably about 3 hours, y'all. Somebody sent me an email. They want me to help them on a 42 Section 1983 motion. If you're watching this video and you sent me this email and you need help, with some type of Section 1983 lawsuit motion, I don't have a number that y'all can call. I don't know. Give me more details on what type of motion it is. Give me the details. I haven't gotten your email yet, Mr. Richard. Let me go back. I might have. Let's see. No, I haven't gotten it yet. I'm gonna wait because I haven't gotten it yet. Okay, it's a book from someone explaining the situation. Also, another thing, Mr. Richard, I don't know if you've seen it, but in the community section on my channel, I posted like, I don't know how many cases. It's a number of cases that's basically telling you the attorneys can't testify unless, they can't testify unless they have personal knowledge. There's was it Trinsley versus Pregley or Pegley or whatever? That case is not just applicable where it was held. That's a principle of law. And since it's a principle, it applies everywhere. It applies everywhere. It's just like me. Like I can't testify to facts that I haven't seen before. I can't do that. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. This is a book from someone explaining the situation. Okay. I'm getting hungry, y'all. I don't know what I'm gonna eat, but I'm getting hungry. Let me see what type of motion. Now, they won't even help them with emotion. If it's not a motion for summary judgment or something like that, then yeah, I should be able to help. A motion for summary judgment is easy too, but it's time consuming because you have to go through the docket and see what all the evidence that you're gonna use against them. Check your junk mail. Okay, let me check right now. I don't even see it. Do we still have, does Google still have a junk mail? I checked the spam. I don't see nothing in spam. All mail, let me check here. I haven't seen it there. Scheduled chats. Important. Are you sure you sent it to the right email address, Mr. Richard? I'm gonna give you my email address again. I copied it. I might have, let me make sure I gave you the right address then. I probably gave you the wrong address. smartloctv@gmail.com. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, I didn't get it yet. I don't know why. Maybe it's a delay in it. Start, snooze, sent. Maybe it's a delay and I'll probably get it later or something. I don't see any. Let me see it. I don't see nothing in the spam. I don't see nothing in there. Unless I'm checking the wrong email. I don't see nothing in there right now. It'll probably come later. Send me an email. Okay, give me your email address. I'm gonna go ahead and email you the document right now. The ebook. What's your email address, Mr. Mitchell? So to everybody watching, how did y'all get started on this journey with studying law? Well, like what happened to you, if you don't mind sharing it with me? What happened to you? For me, I think I was like 20 or 21 years old. I was going to my mama's house and I was traveling probably about 10, maybe 15 miles per hour down the street or whatever through a neighborhood, just cruising. And I see like 5 or 6 police cars and they're blocking the road. So a few of them move out of the way. So I'm thinking that they're letting me by. But in fact, they were boxing me in, so to speak. So two of them whip in front of me, and like 3 of them are behind me at this point. So there's this black guy with an afro. He's in the front of the car. Whatever. He's like, put your hands up, put your hands up. And I'm looking because I'm just shocked because I don't know who the hell they talking to. I don't know if it's me or not. But they were talking to me. And there's like 3 of them on the side of my car. One of them has his gun drawn. They open the doors. Get out of the car, motherfucker. One of them had his gun drawn. They literally, these police they so fucking stupid, y'all. They were snatching me. They were literally pulling me out of my car while the motor was still running and it was still in drive. That's what these idiots were doing. So I'm fighting with them, to just so I don't cause a wreck or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is I'm literally trying to put my car in park while they're trying to snatch me out of my car. So I managed to put it in park. And then they just snatched me out, throw me to the ground, knee in my back. They tell me, because I don't have a seatbelt. That was their reason. I don't have on a seatbelt. That's their reason for doing that to me. And ever since that day, I've been just, they just pissed me off ever since that day. You do it like this, Brooklyn. You have to be reasonable with what you're asking for. So, I mean, it's somewhat subjective because what may be reasonable to you may not be reasonable to me. Or what may be reasonable to you may not be reasonable to everybody on the jury, or it may be reasonable to some people on the jury. But you still want to always try to be reasonable with what you're asking for. So ask yourself this, Brooklyn. How much is 2 hours of your time worth from an unlawful detention from police officers? How much is that worth to you? Don't ask for too little, because a lot of y'all might not know this. 42 Section 1983 lawsuits, they have a pecuniary jurisdictional element. In other words, they have an amount that you have to that has to be in controversy, or I think it has to be in controversy or something like that. That needs to be alleged in the complaint in order for the court to also take jurisdiction. And that amount is $75,000. So you can just start with $75,000 or go up higher. Anything they do to you, they have to pay for it. If they physically or mentally cause you any type of trauma, it needs to be in the complaint, and because they have to compensate you for that. If they pulled out a gun on you and said, I'm going to shoot you, and then you let's say you pissed your pants, they scared the hell out of you. Now, every time you hear a police siren, your anxiety goes through the roof. You can't even drive a car. You scared to get back in the car. You just scared to death. They got to compensate you for that. They have to compensate you for that. Thank you, Brooklyn. Appreciate that. They have to compensate you for that. In my case, I can't tell y'all how much I got because I signed a non-disclosure agreement. So I sent you a link from Script. Okay. That's Richard. That's a good website too. Script, Scribe, or Script. That's a good website. Let me see what you got. Let me see if I got it. I ain't getting nothing yet. No, I still ain't getting nothing yet. Anyway, I sent the link. Oh, you sent the link in the chat. Okay. The way you educate yourself, you got to go and read these cases. I'm going to tell y'all something. There's a website that I use. Let me post y'all a link to this website that I use to do my legal research. In this website, you can find arguments in support of your arguments, and the only thing you have to do is just copy and paste and do a little editing. That's all you got to do. I'm gonna post y'all a link to the website that I use. In my videos, if you see my videos where I'm showing you cases on the screen, this is the link that I just posted to the chat. That's the website that I'm on. Yeah, if y'all look at my the videos when I'm talking about the bonds is I'm referencing the word person, and I tell y'all what a person is. The word person is derived from the word persona, which is Latin, and that word in Latin means a mask. It's a mask. That legal name, or whatever you want to call it, they call it a juristic person, a legal person, a legal entity. These are all euphemisms for that word. Hold on. Keep on ringing. Sorry about that, y'all. But it's a mask. That's what it is. So I want y'all to think of your legal name. I want y'all to think of your legal name like this. And I always use Halloween. So just think of it like it's Halloween and you dressing up as your favorite superhero, or you dressing up as a zombie or whatever. It doesn't matter. So you are representing, in other words, you're acting like that entity. You're acting in you're giving off characteristics that you are this entity or whatever. Although in actuality you are not that entity. Richard, like a scarecrow. Yeah, like that. It's a mask. It's like, let me see. Like if I wanted to, like for example, let's say if the whole world hated me, everybody just hated me, so they didn't want to support any of my businesses or whatever. So what I would do is I would form a corporation. I would hide my name. I would hide behind that corporation. That corporation would be my mask, would be my tool, would be my instrument that I use to conceal who I am, to do business with other people. Is that making sense to y'all? Do y'all see what I'm saying? That's all it is. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing, Mr. Martin. That's exactly what they're doing. They're using their persons, or these legal entities, to contract and do business with us, because corporations, it's a person. If it's not a person, why can it sue and be sued? Why? How can it engage in contracts and so on and so forth? It's a person. That's what a person is. It has rights. It can sue and it can be sued. Brooklyn, a condition of the settlement was that I signed a non-disclosure agreement. The only thing that I'm allowed to tell y'all is that the case was settled, which is that's public record anyway, because you can go, let me see if I can find my case number for y'all right quick. I'm gonna post my case number into the chat. Let's see. Here it is right here. I just posted my case number into the chat, so y'all can go and look up that case number. You can copy and paste that case number. You should be able to find it in Google. The call in, I ran out of time on the call in, y'all. I'm sorry. I've already did 2 hours, and I'm kind of going over my limit right now. But I'm really just doing this for y'all. This is the longest I've ever been live. Let me see how much time is it. I might stay live for about another 40 or 50 minutes, maybe, just to help y'all out, and then that'll be it. Let's see what we got here. Okay, Brooklyn says, what if they told me in detention what if they hold me in detention for 72 hours without arrest? I learned that you're not arrested until you take fingerprints and sign the fingerprint contract well, Brooklyn, let me tell you this. Do you know that like a traffic stop. When they stop you for a traffic and give you a traffic citation or whatever, that's an arrest. That is an arrest. Traffic stop is an arrest. But back to what you were saying, you said 72 hours. Well, they can only hold you up to 72 hours without a charge. But I mean, they still have to justify that 72 hours that they were holding you. They have to justify that, because you can't just they can't just arrest anybody they want to and detain them for 72 hours without reasonable suspicion. And reasonable suspicion is predicated upon specific articulable facts that a crime has been, is being, or is about to be committed. That is the only way that they can do that, unless you voluntarily consent to it. If you voluntarily consent to it, then that would be lawful, and they would get immunity if you did that. Yeah, okay. Basically, was it Rascal? I'm not really sure how to pronounce your name, so if I mispronounce it, I'm sorry. But yeah, basically you file your complaint. In my opinion, this is just what I would do. I would go ahead and pay the filing fee and keep your receipt, because once you win your case, you can get all of your any type of money that you spent on the case, you can get reimbursed that. So pay the filing fee. Okay, pay the filing fee. If you don't pay the filing fee, then they are required, pursuant to Title 28, Section 1915 of the United States Code, to screen your complaint for frivolity. In other words, they're going to look at your complaint and determine right then and there, because they are required to, because they're going to waive the fee for you, the filing fee. So they're going to screen your complaint, and they're going to determine right then and there if it's frivolous or if it has merit. If it's frivolous, they're just going to dismiss it. They're going to deny your motion to proceed in formal purpose. That's what they're going to do. After you file your complaint, you have to get a summons too, by the way. When you get your complaint, you have to get you have to fill out your summons, give your summons to the clerk of the court, because their signature has to be on that summons. Once you do that, I would not try to serve them certified mail. You can. I've done it before, but it's just, I personally would go another route as far as just hiring a process server to serve them, because you can just get that money back. You can get that money back when you serve them. Hire a process server. You need to vet that process server. You need to interview that process server, because some of these process servers, they used to be police officers. And I don't want a police officer serving. I don't want to hire a police officer to, for service of process or police. I can't even get my words out of my mouth. But anyway, I don't want to hire a police officer to serve my federal lawsuit on another police officer. That's a conflict of interest, because they just look out for each other. Let me see. How you serve a corporation, if I'm not mistaken, you have to serve the chief executive officer of that corporation. So that corporation might not be in the same state, where the violations took place at. So you would have to find out where that corporation's principal's place of business is, and find out who the CEO of that corporation is. Or I think they might have like an agent, a registered agent or something like that, that you could also serve for that corporation. It depends on what all of that depends on what the corporation, who the corporation lists as their registered agent. Yeah, Richard know what I'm talking about. Seems like Richard know what he's talking about. Yeah, Pharaoh, you want to get your old book. Get your old book. An old book. I'm going to read y'all something. And I went to the law library, and I found this case. It's called Michael versus State. Y'all probably heard me mention it before. This is a case from 1867. What I'm about to read y'all, it's a case in Alabama, but it's from 1867. But this citation is a principle in law. I'm about to read y'all this. Which page is it? Oh, okay, it's right here. Is it 9? I don't know which page it is. I think it's page 9. Okay, yeah. This book, I went to the law library and I pulled this book off the shelf. This book is so old, it's falling apart. I have a video on it. I did a video on it where I went into the law library, pulled that book off the shelf with this case in it. I'm about to read y'all something. It's Michael v. State, Alabama, 1867. This is a citation from this case. And it says, no doubt, the ultimate sovereignty, the government making sovereignty, meaning the power to create government, resides in the people. Just to let you know, you sovereign. Anyway, but after a government is once formed by the people, they can only exercise this sovereignty. In other words, they can only, after they've already created a government, they can only create another government in 2 ways. Listen to me, y'all. In 2 ways. 1, by revolution. 2, or in the manner they have prescribed to themselves in the Constitution. That's a principle, just to let y'all know. That does not just apply in Alabama because the people are sovereign everywhere. So if you want to abolish your government and create another government because you believe your current government are acting in a tyrannical manner, you have every right to do that. The people can change the Constitution whenever they want. They can do it right now in every state if they want to because they are sovereign. Public servants can only propose amendments and submit those amendments for approval to their masters, which is the people. They cannot change that Constitution without your permission because they are not sovereign. If they were sovereign, they would not need your permission to change that Constitution. They wouldn't even ask you for your permission to change that Constitution. They'll just do it. They'll just do it. Now, if y'all think I'm lying about this case, I'm gonna give y'all a video right now where I literally go to the law library and pull this book off the shelf and show y'all. It's so old, it's falling apart. Let me see. Can you discuss evidentiary and pretrial hearings and if they are even necessary with our type of default process? I'm gonna need a little bit more details than that. Rascal or Rascal. Check your email. I sent the book from my Gmail. Okay. Let me check right now. Yeah, I got it. I got it, Mr. Richard. All right, I'm about to respond. I'm about to send you my ebook right now. Top Secret Banker's Manual. Okay. Is this the book that has the Truth in Lending Act and about the the down payments on cars and stuff like that? Is this the book? That's what I'm interested in, or is that just information that you know? All right. Check your email. I responded to your email. Check your email, Mr. Richard. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. Brooklyn, where do I find the minimum to charge for false imprisonment penal code? And I'm a non-citizen national, so I can't lawfully be held at traffic stops. The minimum. How much is your time worth, Brooklyn? There really isn't. You really just got to throw out a number, and they'll let you know if that number is reasonable or unreasonable, based on the facts of the case, Brooklyn. That's what they're gonna do. But I can tell you, if they held you for 72 hours without any reasonable suspicion whatsoever or your permission, they fucked up. They fucked up. And I think in some states there's a statutory amount. I think it's either 50,000 to 100,000 a day. So you do it like that. If I was you, I would just come right out of my mouth and I would just ask for $1 million. Because at a settlement conference, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna start high and then you're gonna go low. Like whoever you sue, they gonna start low and then they gonna go up like that. Me, I didn't do that. I started high and then I went a little low like that, you know. Yeah, damn right. Make it high. They can either give it to you or they won't. One of the two. But you don't want to ask for too little. You're welcome, Brooklyn. No problem. You don't want to ask for too little, though. Don't do that because you're cutting yourself short. Don't do that. Also, if y'all just watching and y'all never seen in my videos, I'm about to explain to y'all right now how to defeat qualified immunity. To defeat qualified immunity, you need to allege facts that show a clearly established, constitutionally protected right of which a reasonable officer would have known about has been violated. If you can do that, you are going to beat qualified immunity. They're not going to get immunity if you can do that. They're not going to get it. I'm going to give you an example. It's clearly established law that a police officer, when I say clearly established law, I mean that there is case law showing police officers, letting them know that they cannot arrest you for saying fuck the police. But let's just say there's a scenario where you stop by the police because you get a traffic ticket, you mad, you say fuck the police. This police officer arrests you and takes you to jail for disorderly conduct because you said fuck the police. Was that arrest of you lawful based on those facts of the case? No, it was not. That's unlawful. And because it was unlawful and because it was clearly established law showing and putting this police officer on notice that she or he could not arrest you for doing that, they violated clearly established law, which a reasonable officer would have known about. They're not going to get immunity when they do that. So would a reasonable officer come into your house without your permission, without probable cause, and without reasonable suspicion? Would a reasonable officer do that? No, a reasonable officer would not do that because that is the violation of a clearly established, constitutionally protected right of which a reasonable officer either knows about or should have known about. And when they do that, they are not going to get immunity for doing this shit. If all you say is that, you don't need to say nothing else but that in that complaint. When you say, Rascal, you said, do the district courts have everyone's bonds? Are you asking like the bonds of the police officers, sheriffs and stuff like that? Is that what you're asking? What if you are persuaded into signing papers after an involuntary commitment? Farrell, that might be a little tricky. I don't know all of the facts, so I can't really give you a reasonable answer on that based on the facts. I don't really know all of the facts, but I'm not gonna be able to answer that question for you. I'm sorry. I'm in the process of writing up my lawsuit now. Write it up. Write it up, Will. Don't hesitate. Write it up. I think the prices of process servers probably varies. I know the process server that I had, I think mine was like $75, and you get like 3 attempts or something like that. So when you get ready to hire a process server, you want to make sure that you have some type of to make it cheaper. Because if you don't, if you want them to do the research to try to find them, whoever it is you're looking for, it's going to be higher. But I already have a picture of him. I had his name, and I had a couple addresses. So you want to make sure you have all of that stuff when you hire a private investigator. Generally, you really just need to look at a private investigator because they really do process server work, stuff like that. What they're going to do is they're going to have a copy of your complaint in that summons, okay? Because you have to serve them a copy of that summons with the court seal on it and their address and a copy of that complaint simultaneously. They have to be served at the same time in order for the time limit to start for them to answer that complaint. First Amendment protected. Give y'all another scenario about a police officer. Let's see. Well, I don't think I really need to give y'all anymore because I think you should get the idea of what a reasonable officer is and an unreasonable officer is. A reasonable officer does not violate clearly established law. An unreasonable officer does violate clearly established law. That's it. That's it. How much more time I got? Okay. I'll stay live for probably about 30 more minutes, y'all. This is the longest live I've ever done. This is like 4 hours, y'all. I'll stay live for probably about 30 more minutes, and that'll be it. If y'all don't know how to draft motions, I did a video for y'all to how to draft a motion. I didn't really go into too much details because I didn't want to confuse anybody. But generally speaking, all motions are drafted the same way. You just have to pick your rule, and you have to have your grounds in support of your motion. It's pretty easy. I think y'all should go and watch the video. The video that I showed y'all should give y'all a pretty good idea. On how to draft a motion. What else video did I do? I'm trying to think of what else I did. I really don't even know what else I did. If y'all haven't already, please go ahead and pound that like button. I really appreciate it. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. When you're drafting your lawsuits, y'all listen up. When you're drafting your lawsuits, you only say what is necessary. Nothing more, nothing less. You need to tell a story. Okay? And everything in your story needs to be relevant to proving why you're suing this police officer for whatever reason it is that you're suing for. Yeah, SG, you're right, persuaded. Well, I don't know. Like, how do they persuade him? Did they persuade you through violence? Because that's not even a persuasion. That's duress. That's force. I wouldn't even call that a persuasive. Because you still, like, when you being persuasive, you're still exercising some of your free will. When somebody's persuading you, but when you're under duress, that ain't no free will. That's force. At least that's the way I look at it. I need to order me something to eat because I do not feel like cooking, y'all. But I don't want to spend no money. Let me ask y'all a personal question, man. For me, it costs me at least $50 every time I go outside my house. It costs me $50. How much does it cost you to just to go outside and start outside? How much does it cost you? It costs me $50. Every time I go out that damn door, it costs me $50. 50 damn every time. No matter what it's gonna cost me at least $50 to go out just to go outside. How much does it cost you? That's why I've been in the house for like 2 days, y'all. I ain't even go outside no more, man. I'm going back to work tomorrow. I'm gonna cut me some grass tomorrow. Eggs gonna cost $50 soon. Man, you know what? I really don't even. This is my contention on that eggs thing and all of this chicken, eggs, beef, all of it. Like, to me, that shit is not real because cows do not grow that fast. Chickens don't grow that fast. Do y'all know how many restaurants sell chicken and chicken wings? Ain't no way in hell chickens are growing that naturally. That chickens are growing that fast. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell cows are naturally growing that fast. It just don't make sense to me. Since I was unlawfully detained when I was parked last year, but I didn't file the lawsuit because I didn't record it and I didn't know the names of the officers. Let me see, Brooklyn. Do you know like the street, or do you have any type of paperwork on the incident of your detention? Any videos, any witnesses? You probably can call dispatch because normally they have to call dispatch when they do stuff like that and let dispatch know what's going on or something like that. So you should, you might be able to call dispatch and see if you can get the officer's first or last name or a badge number or something like that. Cows are unnaturally domesticated and made from bison and yak. I've never had a wild bison before. Okay, so you do got somebody's name. Okay, that's good. Okay, if you have at least one officer's name, that's good because all of the information that you don't have, you can get the rest of that through discovery. As long as but in order for you to get to the discovery stage, you need to allege facts that show a clearly established constitutionally protected right of which a reasonable officer would have known about has been violated. And based on what you're telling me, you can do that. Based on what you're telling me about your detention. Based on what you're telling me, yeah, you can do that. Because it's unlawful for a police officer to detain you without your permission and without reasonable suspicion. It's unlawful. "3D printed food is real." What the fuck, SG? You for real, SG? I ain't never heard of no shit like that, man. Is there a time limit? Yeah, there is a time limit, Brooklyn. Generally speaking, you have between 2 to 3 years. Where did this happen to you at, Brooklyn? Soylent Green. So you saying that they could possibly be selling that shit in the store, SG? You might be right. I'm gonna have to look into that. You might be right. Brooklyn, where did this happen to you at? I'm gonna see if I can find your statute of limitations on this personal injury suit. Oh, you in New York? Okay. That happened in New York. Okay, it was downtown Brooklyn, and they put graphene in the food now in America. Graphene is something they use in vaccines. Wow. Okay, you're in New York. Give me a sec. I think that's the Second Circuit, if I'm not mistaken, New York. I think that's the Second Circuit. Let me see. Give me a second, Brooklyn. Okay, stabilization. The appropriate statute of limitations for Section 1980 actions brought in New York is Section 202 of New York, which provides a 3-year limitation period for actions to recover upon a liability penalty or forfeiture created by statute. It looks like you have 3 years. Let me see, just to be sure. Okay, yeah, I think you got 3 years. I'm gonna cite you a case, and I want you to go and read this case, Brooklyn. This is a federal circuit from the Eastern District of New York. I'm gonna give you this case. I'm gonna give you a link. Let me know if this link is working. Let me get you that link. I'm sorry. Let me get you this link. Hold on. I did that wrong. I'm gonna give you a link to the case. That way you won't have to do that. All right, Brooklyn, click that link and let me know if that link takes you to a case. The name of that case is called Harris versus Board of Education. Click that link and let me know. Okay. Okay, good, Brooklyn. You can scroll down in that case. Scroll down somewhere. It's gonna say somewhere. Let me see. They're gonna talk about the statute of limitations for personal injury suits, and it's gonna tell you why that they're using the New York statute of limitations case because because 42 section 1983 actions they don't have a statute. There's no federal statute of limitations. Is what I'm trying to say. It's gonna be in like a section B, probably B. Looks like B2. Yeah, it looks like it's B2, somewhere around there. But just make sure you read that. It's gonna tell you got 3 years, so you got plenty of time. What was I gonna do? Let me go back here. Okay, a plea bargain. I wanted to know how to deal with a plea bargain that one should discharge. Yes, there was an injured party. If you plea bargain, you had to plead guilty to something, so you may not be able to sue them if you did a plea bargain. That's a contract, by the way. A plea bargain is a contract, just to let y'all know. Man, I do want to eat wild food. I would rather eat like a wild deer, like wild birds, wild turkeys, or something. I'm a vegetarian, by the way. I haven't eaten meat in I don't know how. It's been probably about 13 years. But I would rather have my food wild. So once I get my money the way that I want and I'm satisfied, I'm gonna buy me some land, and I want to get me a lake, put me a man-made lake on my land, put some fish in it, probably a few otters, some ducks, get me some chickens, get me some turkeys, stuff like that. Make sure it's deer out there, stuff like that. And I'm just gonna live off my land. That's what I want to do. Okay, I see what you're saying now. That makes sense. That makes sense. And they just add flavor to it. Yep. I can't believe I used to eat this shit, man. I used to eat it like it was just so delicious. Let me get back to Gemini. I'm gonna need more details, Gemini. I'm gonna need more details. And you missed the call-in number. I had a call-in number almost 2 hours ago, and you missed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a good idea, Brooklyn. I got to learn how to discharge it, though, Brooklyn. I do want to learn how to discharge. I don't think it's hard at all, but I just be so busy, y'all. I be trying to do a million damn things at one time, and some of this stuff I can't even finish. Yeah, Rascal. Pre-trial discovery should be. They're gonna have what they call. Let me see if I can find that document. Because we had to have a conference. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's probably not in here. Anyway, this is what happened in my case. This is what happened in my case. I filed my lawsuit. I had some trouble with service of process because I did certified mail. I got certified mail on one of them, but the other one I didn't get them. So I had to hire a process server. After I got everybody served, they answered the complaint pursuant to, I'm not sure which rule it is, but I want to say they either have 21 to 30 days to answer your complaint. They answered my complaint. They didn't file a motion to dismiss. They answered my complaint. Once he answered my complaint, some other, some more other stuff happened, but it's not relevant, so I'm not going to talk about it. Once they answered the complaint, we had to have I think it's a rule 26 something scheduling conference. At this scheduling conference, you have to go and meet with their attorney. Whoever their attorney is, you and him have to go and meet. And at this conference, y'all are deciding on how many requests for admissions each party gets, how many requests for production each party gets, how many, how long the trial is going to last, like how many days the trial is going to last, how many depositions each party gets, how long are the depositions, so on and so forth like that. You have to go and talk and discuss that and come to an agreement on that. Once y'all do that, then another one, how long discovery is going to last. I forgot to mention that one. Like how long is discovery is going to last? For me, my discovery lasted probably about 8 months of discovery. When is discovery going to start? All of that stuff was in the Rule 26 conferences. I forgot what they called it. It's something like that. But once that conference is over with, either you or their attorney, they file that agreement with the court, and the court is going to make necessary adjustments if it needs to make necessary adjustments to the agreement. Once the court does that, the court is going to issue an order in regards to that agreement, and that is the way that the trial is going to proceed based on everything that y'all agreed to in there. If you deviate from any form, if you deviate from anything that you agreed on in that agreement, then the court will sua sponte strike whatever you're doing, and it's like it's going to strike it as if whatever you just filed in the court like it never happened or whatever. Now, when you're pro se, they generally give you a little leeway. They give you a little wiggle room if you're pro se, and they help you out a little. They're not going to help you out a lot. After that, I talked to the attorney. He was like, we can go ahead and start discovery once we finish, this conference or whatever. So as soon as that conference was over with, he served me with requests for admissions, interrogatories, requests for productions. There was some other stuff he served me with he wanted to answer. All of those are instruments, in other words, tools of discovery in the federal rules of civil procedure. Somewhere in rule 33, 30, probably 30, 32, 34, 35, somewhere it's in between those rules of the federal rules of civil procedure. And she said, I miss fried spam sandwiches big time. Yeah, look. Hey, SG, the food that's so bad for you, it be tasting so good. It tastes so good, man, but it's just not good for you, man. It's not good. Let's see. Silent Green is about people eating something while not knowing what it really is. Turned out to be people they were eating. Wow. Impossible Burgers and Other Vegan Foods remind me of that book. Oh, it's a book. Okay. Man, I think I ordered an Impossible Burger from somewhere, and that shit was pink, man. I looked at that shit. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna eat this shit. I can't eat that shit. I threw that shit in the trash, man. Let's see. This is a civil rights trial or in personam. What do you mean in personam, Rascal? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but if you're litigating a federal lawsuit, that's civil rights in federal court. You can litigate a civil rights lawsuit in state court too. It's the Treasury that pay for it or offset it. Yeah, that's right. They offset it. They just set it off. That's all they do. It's UCC code that supports it. You need a notary, of course, to be the official witness that you sent the negotiable instrument to set off the debt. Okay. So Gemini, you saw the movie too. Okay. Soylent Green was a movie that made me wake up too. Then I heard about Rabbi Finkelstein. Apologize for misspelling. Don't worry about that, Gemini. It ain't no worry about that. I misspell words too. And I would prefer natural food. That's right, me too. According to UCC, I forgot which code. If a creditor denies any form of payment, yep, you're right. I think it's D. I think it's UCC 306, section D or C or something like that. Then the debt then is automatically discharged. So whether they accept it or not, it will be discharged. Yep, I know what you're talking about. This first case you sent has great format. What case I sent? I don't know what I sent. What did I send? I sent you a case, Pharaoh? I don't know, man. I thought I sent Brooklyn something. I don't know. Once you go healthy, good food starts to taste good and bad starts to taste bad. Man, y'all know I've been a vegetarian for years. And I cook, but everybody that comes to my house, they're not vegetarians. I can't force my eating habits on them. So I was cooking some pork one day, like some sausage or something like that. And the smell of that shit, I almost threw up when I smelled that shit, y'all. That shit stunk, funky, whatever. I almost threw up when I smelled that shit, y'all. I don't see how they ate that shit. I don't even want to talk about it. That shit stank, man. It stank. Let's see. Amity. Okay. What happens after discovery? After discovery closes, that's when you'll probably get a motion for summary judgment from the defense counsel. The reason you're likely to get a motion for summary judgment after discovery has closed is because they have deposed you, a deposition, interrogatories. You answer interrogatories. You're required to answer these under oath, meaning they have to be verified. Requests for admissions, requests for productions, all of that shit. In other words, they're essentially using all of the evidence that you provided to them against you in the motion for summary judgment. That's what they're doing. So you're likely to get either you'll get a motion for summary judgment, or you probably won't get a motion for summary judgment. They'll just offer you a settlement because they don't have any evidence to use against you, that their case is weak, stuff like that. Oh, okay, Pharaoh. Yeah, I did do that. A motion for summary judgment, it is, I wouldn't say it's advantageous to the plaintiff. It's really, in my opinion, it can be advantageous to whoever files it if you know what you're doing and if you have the facts to support the facts and the law to support your conclusions on why you're a motion for summary judgment. A motion for summary judgment is just you're saying, Your Honor, look, we don't need a trial. I have all of the facts here. We don't even need to go to trial, so I'm going to file this motion for summary judgment. We're just going to skip the trial, and I need to go ahead and get a disposition on the merits. That's what it is. It's a disposition on the merits of the case. My phone will stay ringing. Sorry about that, y'all. To be honest with y'all, I didn't even want to settle my case. It was the magistrate judge. It was his idea. He suggested that we settled the case. It was his idea. So initially I didn't even want a settlement conference because my mind was already made up. So he kind of talked me into settling the case. In other words, he was like, well, at least try it out. You don't have to settle if you don't want to, but just try it out. So that's what I did. I just went on and tried it out. It was a good experience for me, That's a good point, SG. You don't have to settle a case if you don't want to, Rascal. And you're not entitled, you don't have a right to settle a case. In other words, you can't force opposing counsel into a settlement if they don't want to settle. You can't do that. And they can't force you into a settlement if you don't want to settle. This was a so-called action at law. The reason why I say so-called is because I use I'm prosecuting this case under a statute, and statutes are distinguished from common law. There are no statutes in common law. Common law is just case law. So it's like a quasi-action at law, if that makes sense to y'all. It's not really an action at law. No lien. I haven't filed a lien. You can't file a lien without a judgment. Once I got once the judge would have denied them immunity, and the jury would have awarded me, whatever, then I could have filed a lien against them if I wanted to because I had a judgment in my favor against them. That is correct. You are absolutely correct, Rascal. That's what a disposition on the merits is. It's a ruling on all of the facts of the case, all of the evidence and the facts. Hold on. Let me see what you're talking about. This is my last full. I might have looked over your comment, SG. It says this is my last full comment. Look at how many food products list their ingredients in all caps. I wonder why is that? Let me see. No, Rascal, we didn't, a motion for summary judgment, it was filed by their attorney in my case, but the court never ruled on it. So we didn't get a disposition on the merits in my case. We just settled the case before the court could rule on their motion for summary judgment. Let me see. Maybe, I was gonna say maybe it's in all caps so people can see it, you know, but I don't know. I mean, they do something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. If you said that happened in Brooklyn, you need to find out which U.S. District Court has venue over your causes of action, because all of them have jurisdiction, but only one of them can exercise that jurisdiction. They have to have venue too. Venue has to be proper too. Venue deals with which court has the authority to exercise their jurisdiction. And jurisdiction deals with a court's authority to take cognizance and decide a case. You said that was in Brooklyn. Let me see. I'm not sure which U.S. District Court it was, but there's a statute. It's based off your county, Brooklyn. It's based off whichever county you're in. Let me see. In my ebook, there's I have that statute. I think it's 5 United States Code Section 1 or something like that. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can get you that right quick while we on here. Brooklyn is Kings County. Okay. Let me see something. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull it up for you right quick. Let me see. Where is it? It's gonna be. Okay. All right, I got the statute for you right now, Brooklyn. I'm pulling it out of my ebook right now. See that statute right there that I just posted? Go there. I'm gonna go through it with you while I'm on while I'm online. How much more time we got? Damn, I've been on here for 4 hours already. Okay, this will be my last portion. I've been on here for 4. I'm mentally exhausted. This will be my last one. So just go to Google, copy and paste 28 United States Code Section 5. I advise everybody to do that. If you're litigating your case and you want to know which U.S. District Court is the court you need to file your lawsuit in, that's the statute that you need. Okay, and you said this is County of Kings. So let's see, district courts, and you are in New York. Okay, so if you go to Title 28 United States Code, Chapter 5, Section, they're in alphabetical order too. So you will go to Section 112, go to 112, Brooklyn, Section 112 of that statute. All right. Let's see. County of Kings. How you doing, Mr. Cummins? What's good? All right, Brooklyn, go to Section 112 of that statute. I'm good, Mr. Cummins. Good, man. I've been on here about 4 hours, Mr. Cummings. I'm tired. I'm getting ready to get off. There's 2 of them, Rascal. There's 2 of them. I know what you're talking about. I saw that too, but there's 2 of them. Go to section 112. Let's see. Okay, in alphabetical order, it looks like. Yeah, they are. Okay. I don't see Kings County on here. Oh, it's the Eastern District. Okay. I thought let me see. I must have got it wrong. I didn't see Kings County on there, but yeah, it's in there. That's where you go. Say Eastern. I might have overlooked it. Eastern District. You're welcome, Brooklyn. No problem, man. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah, you're right. The Eastern District comprises of the counties of Kings. Okay, yeah, I see it. I see it. Yep. Okay, it says court for the Eastern District shall be held at Brooklyn. So it might be 4 of them then. Okay. Ain't no telling. But anyway, yeah, that's it. 112C. Okay, yeah. So yeah, okay. That's good. Okay. Mr. Cummins said, I know you can talk. Man, I'm tired, man. I'm about to get off here, man. I'm tired. I'm hungry too. I started this live at 2 o'clock. It's 6:04. Wow. You're welcome. No problem. All right, y'all. That's gonna be it. I doubt many people are gonna watch a 4-hour live video of me. I'm sorry about the quality of the video, y'all. I can't use my camera yet. I have an $800 camera that I just can't use yet because my computers are not strong enough yet. Thank you, Brooklyn. Same to you. I'm about to go ahead and go, man. I'm tired. I hope I did everything I could to help y'all. That'll be the end of this live. I try to have this video up. I try to have this video up for y'all within an hour after me getting off. I'm about to go and get me something to eat and rest my mind for right now. Everybody enjoy your day. If I haven't done any types of videos that you want to see, let me know. Just comment, anywhere, and I'll try to find some videos for y'all and post them for y'all. That'll be it. The Supreme Litigant is out. Peace. Oh,